Hey, good afternoon, everyone. It's Pal Ponder on Weather. We are live here on Facebook as well as YouTube. We've got a lot of storms to talk about. They literally just issued a tornado watch essentially for south of the DFW Metroplex. And then they issued a severe thunderstorm watch that does include parts of the Metroplex as well. So things are really starting to get active. We talked about things. We're going to be starting to get active around 2 o'clock this afternoon. And they've actually started it a little bit earlier. In fact, we had a severe thunderstorm warning that rapidly exploded, and now we have a tornado warning down here into portions near Hamilton. So let me read you the parameters on it. This is for central Hamilton County. This is for northeastern Mills County as well as southeastern Comanche County. We do have a active tornado warning. Radar indicated tornado, not confirmed, but we do have a lot of rotation within this area. You can actually see it on the velocity scan right here, approaching just south of the Comanche area, heading towards the city of Hamilton. Needs to be on shelter. Actually, no, now this is a tornado producing thunderstorm 12 miles south of the Gustine area or 17 miles west of the Hamilton area. This is moving eastbound at 30 miles an hour. You can actually see on the velocity scan, if we kind of zoom in, this is your potential tornado that is radar indicated right around Indian Gap region, heading towards the Pottsville area. So you need to be in your safe zone immediately down here in this region, as this rapidly exploded thunderstorm was basically next to nothing, like literally 10 minutes ago, and is rapidly towered up and went severe. And now it's actually tornadic. So this is the nature. We talked about this. It was going to be forming basically southwest of the DFW Metroplex. This was with the initiation of storm development. And this is exactly where the initial spot is. So right now we're really concerned about this tornadic supercell, and we got explosive thunderstorms just south of there as well. So if we kind of zoom out into this region, you can actually see, let me give you your parameters here. There's not much happening. There wasn't expecting anything happening over the heart of the Metroplex. Just currently, this is where all the activity was expected, on my, morning forecast, basically southwest of the Metroplex, the initiation of the storms, and then they would really start to explode from north to south as they moved eastbound. So this is exactly what's unfolding with this development down here into portions of the Hamilton region. So if you live down there, you need to be in your safe zone immediately, as this tornadic supercell is continuing to gain an intensity, really as we speak. And I'm even further south into the Mullen region. That activity is really rapidly exploded as well. So this is going to be the nature of these thunderstorms as it's tapping into some of this warmer climate. We've been talking about this warm front that's essentially south of the DFW Metroplex lifting north. And then we got a pretty strong cold front coming in. And those are the dynamics. It's all kind of merging together. And this is why the atmosphere is really turning over within this environment. How's it going, everyone? It's snowing in Texas. Yeah, it's going to look like it's going to be snowing in Texas with all the hail's going to be coming down this evening. Yeah, so I'm expecting, unfortunately, a lot of hail across a good part of Texas today. So there's, we've been talking about this event for a while now. So there's your warm front down here, just kind of draped across south of Waco here. That's continuing to lift north. So it's this triple point is really the highlighted region right there by Abilene. This will continue to move eastbound, and it's right along within this zone is the most intense storms. This is where they do have an active severe thunderstorm, watch and tornado watch down further south. So let me put this on as well. So those of you guys just kind of tuning in. So here's where we stand. This is where we stand currently. So we do have an active tornado watch down further south. These are the areas that storms have exploded. We talked about south of I-30 was going to be the strongest storms, and that's exactly where I think it's going to be. So this is the active tornado watch that's going to be unfolding until 8 o'clock. And we already have a tornado warning. So this is widespread large hail in the tornado watch region, a very large hail potential up to 3 inches in diameter. That is your significant baseball size hail. So if you live anywhere down there in that region, you need to have your cars under cover between now and 8 o'clock. And we've got some significant winds of 75 miles an hour as well. So these are all areas, including the Hamilton. That's where this tornado warning is currently right now. All the way down into Gatesville, land passes. But this is the area that got hit hard just the other day, down here into the Waco region. China Springs, which is 12 miles by Waco, got hit with 4.5-inch diameter grapefruit size hail. And right now we're expecting 3 inches potentially plus in this environment. So this is prime type of environment. We have kind of the same general type of setup that that we had the other day with this warm front lifting north. Wow, 3 inches in diameter, folks. We've got 3-inch hail right now. This is a massive hail unfolding right now. If we kind of zoom in, we've got that significant hail that's really starting to come together right along Indian Gap. The radar indicated 3 inches in diameter. This is some serious stuff. You need to put your cars under cover. Get a helmet. If you have a helmet inside your house, please put it on. This is some dangerous stuff. This can travel, 70, 80 miles an hour, coming from the sky. So yes, this has potential to do a lot of damage within this region as this continues to intensify as it moves eastbound. So this is all really rapidly developing, like we kind of talked about. I thought storms were going to be rapidly exploding around 2 o'clock. They actually started a little bit earlier than that. And yes, things are rapidly changing in a big way, and especially with this supercell thunderstorm that literally just turned severe like maybe 10 minutes ago. And then now it's rapidly exploded to, some golf ball and actually up to possibly some 3-inch hail that's falling out of that supercell, down here into portions of Hamilton County. So this is still kind of growing in intensity as we speak, as it's moving eastbound, just southeast of the Comanche area. And this is right along this warm front. This is where essentially the strongest storms are effectively going to be today. But we are expecting storms in the DFW Metroplex. This thing is just kind of getting going. It's all going to start to evolve and elongate as these storms rapidly explode from north to south. And this is going to extend all the way into the Austin area, down here into San Antonio, all the way up to the Red River. So this is going to be a huge swath of severe storms, some stronger than others. Further north you live, a little bit lighter intensity, but further south, especially south of the I-30 corridor, especially where the tornado watch is, that's where you're expecting the most intense storms. But just within the heart of the Metroplex, within this red shaded area, which encompasses all of the Dallas-Fort Worth area, basically North Texas, this whole area could still see some larger hail potential, up to golf ball size, maybe even potentially even larger, and some of the isolated supercells that could go over this area between now and 8 o'clock this evening. So things are just kind of rapidly, developing as we speak. And that's why we do have the severe thunderstorm watch and the tornado watch elongated that encompasses all of north and north central Texas. Yeah, so this is the active tornado warning that we're talking about. This is, again, continuing to rapidly develop within this tornado watch. This does have the potential to gain intensity of a large hail, potentially, possibly up to 3 inches in diameter at times with this particular hailstone, with this particular storm. So places within its path are going to be the Pottsville area, Gentry's Mill, a White Way, down to the Ferry region, back into the Indian Gap. So not only are you under severe thunderstorm warning, but we are under that tornado warning with this supercell that's continuing to rapidly intensify as we speak. And there's your rotation down there towards the Indian Gap region. So that is your radar indicated tornado currently at the moment, and this is shifting eastbound. So locations in its path are going to be the Hamilton area. That is right around 209. So in about 20 minutes or so, it should be somewhere in the vicinity of the Hamilton region along County Road 281 down there south of Stephenville here. So yeah, definitely be on high alert as things are starting to get active here just south of the Metroplex. You can see all the intense lightning associated with this storm as well. So that gives you a sign it's again, gaining in intensity. These cloud tops are really rapidly exploding. Wow, look at that. 54,000 feet, guys. That is a massive storm down there. 54,000 feet. That is some serious height. I mean, that's, do the math on that. That's upwards to close to 10 miles. That is 10 miles high, guys. That is some serious development here. And this is still gaining intensity. So this is what we're going to be dealing with, for the rest of the afternoon between now and 8 o'clock as this atmosphere rapidly turns over in a big way as we're seeing. You can see more intensity of a lot more purples showing up on the map. You see the blue, that is the most intense hail. That's where they could be seeing some of that very large hail, maybe even at times some 3 inches in diameter can be ruled out with the max potential. Now I'm actually seeing max potential 3.25. So this continues to gain in intensity, guys. This is getting to be a very serious storm down here into central Texas as things are rapidly exploding in a big way. And this is further south into Mullen. This is going to be probably turning severe as well, further south into Goldthwaite. Yeah, if you live in that city, definitely take cover because this is probably going to be highlighted as severe at any moment now, as these cloud tops are obviously growing as well. And this one's gaining intensity, traveling right due east about 30 miles an hour, right along the County 84 corridor. And this will be impacted possibly the Gatesville area over the next hour or so. So anywhere in this region, if you live anywhere in this tornado watch region, I would definitely be on high alert. This is some serious stuff. This will be doing a lot of damage. If any car that might be left out in the open in this particular environment, it doesn't imply that everyone's going to see this, but these are separated supercells. These are separated supercells. So if you're under one of these, you can get some intense hail producing thunderstorms. And you can see these, they're not going to be connected. This type of environment, they're discrete. So when they're discrete, this is the most concerning. The initial development is going to be the most concerning of these storms. This is when you're going to be looking at the most intense storm activity of the day, of this initial envelopment, while they're actually discrete, what you're seeing currently right now. So this is why we're most concerned. And these things are rapidly gaining in intensity at the moment, and they're separate supercells. So they're going to be separate supercells really kind of lit up across, Texas today. So we're going to be with this. We're going to be doing storm coverage for the rest of the afternoon into the early evening time frame, at least through 8 o'clock, at least get you through the tornado watch and the severe thunderstorm watch as things, this cold front is still back behind. This is your cold front. It's essentially northwest of the Wichita Falls area. So that cold front is going to be, probably passing through the Metroplex sometime after 8, maybe 9 o'clock. You're probably going to be getting some back building type stuff, maybe some elevated type stuff. We are expecting the rain to continue kind of off and on through the midnight time frame, maybe 1 o'clock in the morning, before things maybe start rapidly descending and kind of clearing out and moving well off to East Texas. So, but the initial development, the initial storms are the ones that are the most concerning of the biggest hail. So when it starts in your area, that is going to be your most concerning type storm of biggest hail and biggest, tornadic producing storm if you live south of, I-30 region. This is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that got issued further south. That was the same storm that was by the San Saba area. So that's moving eastbound at 35 miles an hour. This is the storm right here that we talked about was going to turn severe. And in fact, it has. So this is now an active severe thunderstorm warning. And this is all elongated. They're going to be traveling east at 35 miles an hour along Highway 84. So Highway 84 within this region. So thanks for tuning in to live storm coverage. Will be with us during the entire event. So it's important if you're watching me on Facebook as well as into my YouTube channel. If you hadn't subscribed to my YouTube channel, definitely hit the subscribe button. I greatly appreciate it. I do live storm coverage during high impact events and also daily updates across the nation on a pretty much daily basis. And then you can like this video as well. And plus share it. Share the live stream to friends and family. They're going to be impacted across Texas this afternoon. They definitely need to be on high alert of what's going to unfold in their neighborhood. Because as you can see, we didn't really have much on radar like 20 minutes ago. And there's really not much across North Texas into Central Texas as of right now. Right. And so it's not one of those things where you're going to be seeing a squall line out west and, oh, it's coming, it's going to hit my doorstep at such and such time. No, these are going to be rapidly developing right on top of you. These are, this is why we don't have much notice with these. This is why I was giving you plenty of advance warning earlier on with the initial development, because these are going to be basically forming as they develop and continue to be intensified, just like exactly what we're seeing. So we're seeing the beginning stages of it building. It's moving east and it's building north and south, right? So it's getting spread out. It's getting more elongated. They're going to start off obviously not severe, but the atmosphere, looking by Brady, as it rapidly starts to turn over. And I bet if we come back in about 10 minutes or now, this area will also have probably a severe thunderstorm warning attached to it. That's how rapidly, they're going to be growing in intensity, this afternoon with this in this particular environment. Hey, Tony. Hey, when is the hail going to hit Love Field? Yeah, so everything's starting to, just kind of developing right now. So this is your warm front, just right along the warm front. This is your triple point with your cold front. This is the cold front's moving east, warm front's moving north, and this is the intersection. So right now it's all south, but it's continuing to lift north. So the further north it gets, the more unstable the atmosphere is going to be, the more moist the atmosphere is going to be, and the higher potential for you to have greater potential storms. So right now, the bet is the warm front stops somewhere south of I-30. So this is where the most intense storms, it's not like it's all storms, it's just the most intense storms are essentially going to be south of the Interstate 30 corridor, which is basically right here. So anything north of there still has the potential to see storms, but they're not going to be as intense as they're getting down further south. So you're still going to have potential to see storms later on this afternoon. That's why we have the severe thunderstorm watch in place. It includes well north, all of DFW, all of Collin County, all of Grayson County, and out here towards Hunt County as well. So this is going to be a big area. And this will likely back build and start filling in further south as well as we get into the later in the afternoon time frame. I think Austin will start getting into the action. They'll have at least a severe thunderstorm watch. San Antonio will have one, and eventually all the way down to Laredo. So this whole area from Laredo to the Red River is going to be under some sort of watch by the time we get into later this afternoon into the early evening time frame. This is the corridor. It's just a huge area across Texas, right along this warm front, right? Before this cold front hits this air mass, you're going to be in that warm sector where you got to be concerned about these storms. So this is why we're doing live coverage on this particular setup, giving you well advanced notice on what's potentially coming for the Metroplex for the rest of the evening. So we got a bumpy ride between now and about 8 o'clock. So after 8 o'clock, I think things start to kind of wind down. You're still going to get rain. You're still going to get storms. They will likely not be severe, or they might be just borderline severe. So so that's what we're looking at between now and So you just need to be weather aware. If you're out and about, obviously, if you're at work, if the kids are at school right now, you just need to pay high attention, weather aware to your phone, to this live stream, and then get in your safe zone as fast as possible if something unfolds, and especially if hail is approaching your area. And which I'll tell you, it will. I mean, further south, we can see it. I mean, we can see the hail coming. This is still that hail core further south into Indian Gap. So this is still, coming out of the Indian Gap region. Now it's over Pottsville. So this is that large hail that we've been highlighting and talking about. It's heading directly towards the Hamilton region. So they still have that tornado warning further south into the Hamilton region. It's a pretty significant storm. Let me look at the velocities again on this one. Yeah, so we still got some areas of rotation further south. Okay, so they extended you can see this little tail end of it. It pushed a little bit further south, so now they extended. Now we have a new tornado warning. So a new tornado warning was just now issued. So now there's two of them, guys. Southern Hamilton County, as well as northwestern Coral County in central Texas. There was that same storm that was capable of producing a tornado near the Hamilton region. And this is all moving eastbound around 25 miles an hour. So you can actually see this. You got a northern side into portions of Pottsville, and you also have a southern flank that extends through Springdale region. That is the area of rotation that we have to be most concerned about as this continues to shift eastbound towards the Hamilton region. So if you live down there, you need to take shelter immediately, not just because the tornadic activity, but the large hail. I mean, has the potential, has some 2-inch hailstones at times. It did max out at one point. It's hard to say if it actually hit the ground like that, but it did max out at 3.25 inches. So these are going to be rapidly developing supercells in a big way as they continue to move eastbound, likely between 25, 30, and sometimes 30 miles an hour. Houston's a long ways off to seeing storms. They're going to be getting it well into the overnight, and I don't think tornado on the ground now. Yeah, I don't think they're going to get much, but yes. Okay, so let's zoom back in here. All right, so this is getting really concerning here by Springdale and Pottsville area about this potential tornado potentially developing down here in this region. There is a tornado on the ground right now. I'm not getting the warning of that. I'm not seeing that. I don't know where you see that. Okay, everything I'm seeing is still radar indicated. So I'm not getting confirmation from the National Weather Services this is officially touched down, but nonetheless, this is still a very dangerous storm. I've got some serious rotation to it. You needed to be in your safe zone immediately because we literally could get confirmation on this storm at any moment now of this lowering to the surface. But it's right within this region near the Springdale region. Heading out of Indian Gap here. This is all moving eastbound. Yeah, it's a very active day across Texas. We've got numerous supercells that are exploding right now. We have 2 active tornado warnings within the Hamilton region down there in central Texas that we're concerned about at the moment, that we have radar indicated tornadoes of a lot of rotation within this area that continues to intensify as it continues to move east. So it's about to be crossing over the Shine region, Scholarville. These are the most areas that definitely need to be in your safe zone of this active potential tornado that's on the ground right now, heading east at 25 miles an hour. Yeah, this is just on the south side of the North Texas viewing area. This is essentially in uh, very south side of the North Texas viewing area. It's in between Central Texas and North Texas. You can see Gatesville, and there's the city of Waco. So this is definitely pretty far south of the DFW Metroplex, but nonetheless, we've got pretty intense storms down there into Central Texas that we're covering here as these things all start to really rapidly develop in a big way. Just a lot of ground clutter over the DFW Metroplex. Things are continuing to start to warm up. I'm just kind of looking at DFW. This looks like 72 degrees. Now the dew point 61. So we're definitely getting there where this whole air mass is getting further and further into the warm sector, and the atmosphere is definitely getting more unstable as we speak. The longer this cold front can really kind of stay back to the west, the more the warm front is going to be able to lift further north and cause more areas to be essentially on the warmer side with this low pressure center coming in. So that's going to be the name of the game is where this all this intersects. So how far north is this warm front going to be able to get before this cold front comes in from the west in this low pressure center? That's the bet. And right now the bet is it's going to be somewhere south of I-30. So, and that's where they most have the intense storms are really unfolding right now. So dew points are well into the 60s down here further south. But we still have that potential tornado warning down. We have that tornado warning active and going currently right now further south into the Hamilton region that we're highlighting. That has a lot of rotation with it as this continues to shift off to the east. It's got a pretty big, significant hail core with it as well, still too. At times, it's probably dumping some 1, 2, maybe even up to 3 inches in diameter hail. So very concerning about large hail with these storms. That's going to be your main threat. But further south is more tornadic, and this is the initial development. Further north, where the severe thunderstorm watch is, you can still possibly see a spin up tornado, but we're not terribly too concerned about tornadoes within the severe thunderstorm watch region. Definitely more concerned about stronger storms and some potentially quarter to golf ball size hail within that region as the storms start to kind of get their act together. They're probably not going to be entering this region until sometime after 4 o'clock within the severe thunderstorm watch area. So right now, the main concern is further south where the storms are currently, as things continue to be a little bit more unstable as the warm front continues to lift up from the south, and the cold front is still out west. So the longer it can stay out west, the more unstable the atmosphere is going to be. Hey, Scarlett. Hey, will Carrollton be bad? Yeah, so if you're kind of just tuning in, we're watching live storm coverage. The red shaded area, that is a severe thunderstorm watch currently right now. All these areas within that red shaded area could see some scattered large hail, isolated hail up to 2 inches in diameter. This is just isolated areas. This is what the atmosphere is capable of, and this within this region, potentially up to 2 inches in diameter. And then at times we could be seeing some 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts within the strongest storm within this zone between now and your 8 o'clock time frame. So this is what we're most concerned about further north, and then further south. That's the tornado watch that does include even and more intense hail, and this is more widespread. So instead of scattered, this is going to be more widespread. So basically, you're going to have more isolated supercells within this region. We're going to be possibly seeing a few tornadoes. That's why we have the tornado watch. And this is very large hail. Now, this one has more dynamics, higher cloud tops. We already saw one 54,000 feet, could have some 3-inch in diameter hail. That is your tennis ball. That's your potentially up to baseball size hail. That's some serious stuff. That basically goes through people's windshields. That is definitely some serious stuff. So any car that gets that 3-inch hail that's parked out, not undercover, is going to be looking like a golf ball. It's going to have a lot of dents associated with it, and it gets dangerous, guys, especially if you're on the roadways down in this region. When it can come through your windshield like that, this is some serious hail. It's very, very dangerous hail to be driving in or even being out in the elements. So that's why it's highly imperative down here in this region to take notice of these very intense supercells that if you are home, if you can be home, it's probably best to just stay put until these pass your area in the next couple of hours and put yourself out of harm's way. If you need to be out and about, definitely be on high alert, especially if you're going to be on the roadways of potential very large hail. And if even if something happens when you're driving the vehicle, definitely protect yourself as much as you can. Have some sort of bag or something, some sort of a purse or anything that you can cover yourself, put over your head or anything like that. Is these hailstones have been known to come through the windshield, so that's where it gets dangerous, and could be really dangerous down there in that region. But you can see it's a pretty big hail swath, guys. I mean, this is some pretty intense hail that's coming out of Indian Gap, that coming out of Pottsville area. This is all moving due east. This is right along just south of the Hamilton region, as pretty intense hail continues to fall within that region, and this will continue eastbound. So once these things get going, you can see they're probably going to be on the ground for an extended period of time as these continue to move eastbound. So there's probably going to be more of a sure bet that if you live within this corridor north of Gatesville, into the Crawford region, into the Waco region, you're more than likely going to be seeing some very large hail over the next hour or two from this one particular supercell, because this is already, very high up in the atmosphere. It's already had a history of producing very, very large hail within this corridor. And the cloud tops are serious. I mean, they're right there, 52, 53, 54,000 feet. So that storm is not really going anywhere. Let's hope it doesn't get any taller than that. But once this hail is formed, it's probably going to be, pulsing up and pulsing down, but it's still going to be elongating within this boundary, moving east, probably over the next couple of hours. So this is going to be one of those longer hail swaths that we look at times when we're done with these particular events. This is what's unfolding within this region right now. We're watching that huge hail fall, and it's probably going to be continuing to fall really all the way into this corridor through Waco, through the Groesbeck region, for maybe even an hour or two as it continues to move east. Hey, Roy, where do you think this is the best place to chase the storm today? Or for tornadic activity, it would be highly within the tornado watch area. So this is right along this boundary. This is your warm front down here. This is where the most active weather is as this continues to live further north. So it's going to be essentially right within this region of the Hamilton, the Gatesville, the Waco, Killeen, Temple, Lampasas. These areas are probably the highest potential to see a tornadic supercell today for the rest of the day. It's definitely less likely if you live further north. But yeah, the atmosphere is continuing to evolve as we speak. I mean, it's 2 o'clock. So obviously, we still have several more hours of daytime heating to go. It's a little bit different environment that we were dealing with the other day when the temperatures were so cold over the Metroplex. There's not the case right now. It's 72 degrees. So, we're well within the warm sector. What we're lacking is basically the dew point or the amount of moisture, especially further north, to really intensify these storms. So you want to keep these dew points as low as possible because right now, these dew points are well into the 60s, if not the upper 60s down here where they do have the tornado, radar indicated tornado currently right now. And right now, the dew point at DFW is 60, right at 60. So if we can keep them in the 60, the low 60 range, I think we're still going to be somewhat good that we won't have like some serious large hail within the metroplex. So I still think we're probably going to get some isolated supercells. And again, it only takes one supercell. If you get a supercell that travels, into the metroplex and drops hail, it's probably going to be dropping hail for an extended period of time. So these situations like this, we're literally only talking about potentially one supercell, but that supercell could lay a lot of damage of obviously if it comes across the heart of the metroplex. And this is exactly what we're seeing further south. We essentially right now we've got basically kind of one supercell that we're dealing with currently right now, and not really a supercell as it extends further southwest, but this one supercell is laying down some pretty extensive hail within its corridor. And now that we've gotten that cloud top of 54,000 feet, this is going to be hard pressed to knock this hailstones down because it's got 10 miles of atmosphere to work with. So yeah, I mean, that's the serious of in this low level jet continues to get a little bit closer with this cold front, well out west towards the Abilene area and towards the Wichita Falls area. All right, so you can see it kind of back building. So we kind of talked about this. This is, initially it started north. You have the tornado warning, and then it's back building further south, and then you have the severe thunderstorm warning, and now we have what they call a mesoscale discussion. This is one, step less than a severe thunderstorm warning. This is for this region that's continuing to build, and notice the trend here. Now we're getting a little bit more activity down here in the Mason region. So this is the north-south axis that we kind of talked about as it's building north and south. So you'd have the storm development southwest of the Metroplex, and then a kind of elongate north and south as it continues to move east. So this is exactly what we're seeing unfold here with this active weather. So we still got that active storm. Now it has the potential to max out around 2.5 inches in diameter. These storms are going to have a history of kind of pulsing up and pulsing down. But yeah, nonetheless, it's definitely capable of laying down some serious hail along its path. And we gotta be worried about some of those isolated spin up tornadoes, further south in this region where the tornado watch is. Hey, Arthur, you're asking about Frisco and the McKinney area. Probably more likely, 5 o'clock. I would say 5 o'clock and towards the McKinney area. The last some of the high resolution guidance that I was looking at possibly might enter the McKinney Frisco area. I'd say about 5 o'clock time frame. So right now we're kind of well away from that. We're just watching this whole boundary here. It's still 2 o'clock, so we're still pretty earlier on in this activity, and we're starting to see a little bit more activity starting to build north, and so that's going to be the trend that we're going to be watching as just very light showers start to build, but these light showers will quickly probably be turning, supercells potentially. So, like I said, it only takes one supercell to do a lot of damage. It doesn't really take many of these. You only really takes one to move across a huge populated area that can do extensive damage in a short amount of time. So we do have an active tornado watch further south into the Metroplex, further south into north central Texas until 8 o'clock. That's within that yellow shaded area. And then we have an active severe thunderstorm watch within that red shaded area until also 8 o'clock. So we're just watching this activity towards the Hamilton region at 2. There might have been a possible quick spin up tornado within that region that actually touched down, um, but we never got true confirmation as a confirmed tornado or not. But definitely, we had a lot of rotation within that region. We still do have a lot of rotation within this region as well as this continues to move eastbound. Hey, people might want to look at how much damage was caused due to the. All right, so let's zoom out here because yeah, things are starting to expand, right? They're really starting to expand in coverage. They're starting to kind of elongate. This is really starting to kind of broaden out as this whole line is starting to fill in a little bit as it continues to move eastbound. Yeah, it looks like the storm in the south of Hamilton here has taken somewhat of a southeast turn, like kind of an east southeast turn. So that's pretty indicative. That's always an indication where you could actually even get more intense supercell out of that particular storm as these storms start diving southeast. So the new update has potentially turned this just a tad bit. It's still officially moving east, but appears it has some sort of south jog to it as it continues to eastbound. So that could be significant later on in its life cycle that these could be some very intense hail as as this continues to dive east southeast. Okay, so yeah, there you go. It hadn't popped up yet, but yeah, we have a new severe thunderstorm watch again that we talked about. This was all going to be filling in. So again, it has not popped up yet, but yeah, this does include the Austin region, the Kerrville region, the San Antonio area, all the way down to Eagle Pass. So yes, we talked about there are going to be watches extending basically from Laredo to Eagle Pass area, all the way to possibly the Red River. So this is going to be a whole area. And with tornado watch in between. So you got severe thunderstorm watch to the north, and then you've got tornado watch in between, and then you have a new severe thunderstorm watch just now issued for this area that I circled in blue until around 9 o'clock. So this is what we're dealing with. This is the huge area of concern across a good part of Texas between now and 9 o'clock. So very active weather is going to unfold for the next 6 hours or so across this whole region from the Red River down to Eagle Pass. So this is a huge area into Texas. So people need to be on high alert of what's unfolding across Texas, at least for the next 6 hours until this thing can pass. But yeah, there it is. It just highlighted. So there's your tornado. There's your severe thunderstorm watch that again has some larger hail potential with these storms. So this is the newly developed severe thunderstorm watch down here that it does include the Round Rock area, the Austin, Fredericksburg, Kerrville, Uvalde, down into San Antonio, all the way into Eagle Pass region. So this is another huge area further south into central and portions of South Texas that are under the severe thunderstorm watch until 9 o'clock time frame. And this is that north-south orientation that we talked about. So this is basically forming right in the middle, and it's going to build north and it's going to build south as it continues to shift east. So that's going to be the nature of these storms. It's going to build north and it's build south and be shifting east, as we get into the later early evening time frame. And then once this cold front passes, and that's the bet, it could be around 8-9 o'clock, then the severe threat comes down, and I think you get some back half activity, but those won't be severe. Or if there are severe, there might be borderline severe. This is probably going to be after 9 o'clock, and that might last well into the overnight hours, 12, 1, maybe 2 o'clock in the morning, with just some more beneficial rains before all this activity shifts off well to the east, and then become much weaker well into the overnight hours. And then you wake up tomorrow morning and things are fairly have cleared out for really a nice weekend. It's probably going to be cloudy on the start of Saturday, but not rain. And then all the sun breaks out for Saturday afternoon. And then of course Sunday's phenomenal. Sunday's phenomenal day, well into the 70s with no rain in sight. So we just got to get past this the next 6 hours or so. It's going to be definitely bumpy down here in this region. So this is why we're doing live storm coverage happening right now. We still got that active radar indicated tornado that's still continuing to shift off into the east. Tyler is well into the evening time frame. It's 4, 5, 6 hours away. All right, so that potential tornado continues to shift off into the east. See if I can see anything from this one. I don't know. The city of Avant. I mean, if it's right, this is right here. This is your rotation right here in the city of Avant here that looks to be rotating currently at the moment, crossing over Highway 287, 281 here. Again, this is right along the 84 corridor, and it looks to continue to cross the 84 corridor. So the next big city in its path is the city of Gatesville. It is going to be the city of Gatesville with this particular supercell as this continues to shift off into the east. Hey, I'm DoorDash and Rockwall. About what time should I look to cover? I mean, yeah, again, Rockwall is probably, 5, 6 o'clock, 6 o'clock. I mean, it's right now we're kind of, again, we're kind of now casting, watching this developing, watching this kind of, develop on top of each other. But yeah, if I had to guess, it's probably gonna be towards, 5, 6 o'clock, maybe after 6, 7 o'clock in the city of Rockwall. Let's see what this
it looks like the thing's still trying to wrap up, just not tightly right now.
All right, so we're going to tap into this storm coverage here. So he is on County Road 174 here. He's in the city of Clifton here. So he's looking at it to his southwest. So this is what he sees on his dash cam here. So as this continues to move eastbound, so he's watching this tornadic supercell trying to spin up a tornado and drop one to the ground here, just traveling due east off 84 here. Yeah, this was the activity that's came out of Avant here, and then it's continued to move right along Highway 84, just south of Slab Crossing. Okay, so brand new severe thunderstorm warning. They continue to the severe thunderstorm warning as this continues to move east. So now we're talking southeastern Hamilton, southwestern McLennan, and Bosque County. So this was another storm. Yeah, so we're watching live storm coverage here. This storm chaser is in the city of Clifton. He's looking at it southwest. You can see the rotation here. We're basically seeing it come out of the city of Avant, and it's right along Highway 84, and he's positioned, right up here into this region here. So he's looking at it from here, and he's looking at it to his southwest. This is the viewpoint he has, and this storm is basically moving due east here. So we'll come back to him from time to time and see what's happening. But right now, this is the one storm that we're highlighting into the Hamilton, south of Hamilton region that continues to be a big time hail producer and potentially tornadic supercell down here in this region. All right, I'm going to take the tornado watches and the tornado, severe thunderstorm watches off so y'all can have so it's not so cluttered here. All right, I switched back to the gray. I mean, I had the black on the background. It didn't seem like it came across as readable. This is the gray, so let me know if you like the gray or the black. But this is the gray option, the background. That if you zoom in, you can really see the words and the white words. The black option, it seems like it might be a little tad too dark. But yeah, currently right now, there's not much happening within the Metroplex. This is the only thing in town right now. So, but it continues to back build, pushing further south. It's gravitating towards the warmer conditions, right? So obviously, you got a warm front to the south. That's where the more unstable air, and the warm front is lifting north. So naturally, the storms are going to be gravitating towards the more unstable, the more soupy type of environment closer to the Gulf of Mexico. This is exactly what's happening. So we're watching this kind of, what they saw, elongate or back build and start feeding, southwest or through this region. This is why they extended the severe thunderstorm watch further south. We're probably going to be watching this whole line start to light up. This will probably be severe in the next 10 minutes or so. This activity towards Mason, not even close to severe. It just now developed, but probably in the next 20 minutes or so, this will also probably turn severe as it continues to build further southwest. Hey, Barbara. Okay, yeah, gray is better. Yeah, you can definitely see the city names. I felt like the black was a little too dark. Thanks for tuning in to live storm coverage. We're going to be with this to the rest of the afternoon into the early evening time frame. We have active tornado watches, to 8-9 o'clock. So it's really the next 5.5 hours or so that we're more concerned about these severe storms. After that, things start to kind of wind down. Yeah, let's look at let's switch gears here and now let's look at some of these convection models. Let me let this run. Let me let it update. Okay. So here's your again, this is just kind of a model. This is not verbatim, but this is just a model. This is the latest update from the high resolution guidance that updates pretty much every single hour. So let's let this run through and then we'll walk you through here. This is what potentially could unfold, for the rest of the evening. All right, so here's 3 o'clock. This is what the radar could potentially. This is all potential stuff. Now we're looking at future radar, so don't take this verbatim because this is definitely future radar. So this is just the last updated high resolution guidance. So again, this activity, this is around 3 o'clock. So it has the activity further south, starting to elongate even more, starting to fill in. It possibly has some activity starting to pop up across the Collin County region, and all this activity to the northwest along that cold front. That's just isolated shower activity. That's definitely not severe. So as we walk you through time, so this is about 4 o'clock. So this is what the potential radar could look like about 4 o'clock. Has the supercells just south of I-30 into the Waco region. This is why they've got that tornado watch unfolding into the Killeen area. And then this would extend all the way into Round Rock, into Austin, into Fredericksburg, and then definitely, all the way down here towards the Eagle Pass region. So it's starting to build, further south. So this is 5 o'clock. This is what the radar could potentially look like towards 5 o'clock. So this is Waco. This is getting a little bit closer to the Metroplex, Waxahachie. Interstate 30 here. So we talked about the strongest activity would be south of I-30. So this is still the case until 5 o'clock, according to the latest high resolution guidance. And then as we move through time, it has a supercell trying to develop over the Coppin region, Terrell region, through Waxahachie, Mahia, coming out of Waco through College Station into Austin, into Eagle Pass. That's potentially 6 o'clock. There's 7 o'clock. You know, a little bit of activity further north. Again, this is just a you know, the latest update from the high resolution guidance of what potentially could unfold. You can't take this exactly verbatim, but this just kind of gives you an idea of storm development. You see, it starts to, you know, this is 8 o'clock. This is when the severe thunderstorm watch and tornado watch would technically start to expire. It's basically from north to south, all the way towards Laredo to the Red River, heading into East Texas, maybe the Tyler region. This is towards maybe the 8 o'clock time frame. There's 9 o'clock activity, some activity just a little bit further north, maybe Dallas, maybe McKinney, Paris, Sulphur Springs, back into East Texas as the cold front will start to be near. And that there's 10 o'clock. There's 11 o'clock, maybe just all in East Texas. And again, this will probably change every hour by hour. This is more or less, you know, we're more or less now casting the event. This is what's happening in real time. And this is what's happening in future, you know, kind of future radar. So this is 1 o'clock in the morning, still some activity around, you know, the watches expire at 8 o'clock. And then all this moves out at 3 o'clock in the morning. So by, you know, and then there's Saturday morning as you start to clear out, right? So not much happening on Saturday morning. Rain's pretty much done with, you know, 12, 1, maybe 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. So yeah, we'll have to see how much activity we do, in fact, you know, get north of I-30. But yeah, the more unstable air is by far south of I-30, and south of I-30. This is why they have the tornado watch, you know, issued. All right, so let's go back to the active radar that's currently unfolding right now. This is what's happening in real time. Let's go back into the storm chaser.
The bad news is if there's going to be a tornado, it's going to go straight through this town, which I'm honestly shocked that it isn't tornado warned right now with the way it's looking. There it is. New tornado warning just issued on it. New tornado warning might actually pass just to the south of Gainesville.
Okay, so that's a brand new tornado warning that just got issued. This is the one he's highlighting. Now it has the potential of some tennis ball size hail. So the hail is gaining in intensity. Brand new tornado warning for Correll County in central Texas. That was the storm that was located about 12 miles west of the Gatesville area. It's got a tornado potential and baseball size hail. So the storm continues to intensify, moving east at 40 miles an hour now. So yeah, we talked about the southeast turn. Remember, I was highlighting that about 10 minutes ago. It looked like it was turning east southeast. And when it turns east southeast like that, it definitely has a greater potential to increase the hail size. And that's exactly what's unfolding right here down in this region. Now has the potential, some baseball size hail within this massive supercell down here heading towards the Gatesville area. Look at that massive swath of large hail over a slab crossing. This is all shifting east southeast. So not only are they dealing with a tornado warning, they're dealing with some very large hail potential coming out of this storm. So any area that lives within the Gatesville area, down here in King, Mound, Cold Springs, right along that 84 corridor, you definitely need to be in your safe zone immediately. This is some serious stuff. You will probably hear the warnings go off. They go off on a tornado warning. They also go off on, 2.75 inch hail, which is baseball. So yeah, there's two ways they're going to be going off within this area. So you should be hearing the sirens down here in this region as some very intense large hail is developing, moving into that area, as well as potentially a developing tornado as well. And this is that same area that we've been looking at for an extended period of time, right along that County Road 84 that's traversing across. This is a lot of the same areas that got hit just the other day, maybe just a little bit further south now from that activity that was produced in China Springs. Here's the China Springs area, basically maybe right along this region, just west of Waco, about maybe 12 miles. So this is not that far off where that serious grapefruit size hail just fell just a couple of days ago down there in central Texas.
Wow, that was a good hole.
But here's the storm chaser right here. This is we're watching his dash cam right here. This is the view of the cloud tops watching from heading as the it looks to a southwest there. And as this continues to dive east, he's in a pretty good position to view the storm if something happens to come out of that. And unfortunately, like you mentioned, if we do have a tornadic supercell on the ground, that puts the city of Gatesville in a direct path of a tornado if it does in fact come down. So we're starting to see the velocity scans start to possibly increase here down in this region. So this is getting a little bit more concerning as this continues to shift off to the east here. All right, so we'll come back. We'll come back to him from time to time. So let's zoom out, look back at the reflectivity view here. Yeah, so there you go. Further south, we're getting the back building of these storms down here in the Mason region. So again, we talked about there wasn't much severe stuff down in Mason, right? Now we have the special weather statement that basically has some 50-mile-per-hour winds and some nickel-sized hail. So basically, that's the cloud top getting a little bit gaining intensity, getting some nickel-sized hail, not severe, but just one level down of a severe storm. And these will likely be severe, probably in the next 10, 15 minutes. So as this storm continues to gain in intensity further south. But it's 2:46 in the afternoon. All right, so I'm starting to see a little bit more activity towards a little further north, towards the Hicko area, towards the Glen Rose. Even though these don't look anything to be worried about right now, these can be concerning in this type of environment. So we'll be watching this activity as well as we're watching at least the northern side now try to get its act together and start to lift a little bit further north as well. So right now the history's been the southern side rapidly developing. You can see it continues just east of the junction area. So that continues to back build. Now we're starting to see the northern side start to build. So this is what this is the trends that we're looking at. And this would be still pretty far south of DFW. So this is Interstate 30. So in my morning update, we talked about the most intense storms, the strongest storms were going to be basically south of the I-30 corridor, storms forming southwest, which is off this screen. That's where the storms developed of the Metroplex. So this is exactly what's unfolding. And so, yes, you can still get some severe north of this boundary, but they will likely not be nearly as intense as the ones, that we're dealing with right now. So, but yeah, that Gatesville storm, man, that's dropped even further southeast, guys. This could be one significant storm that's coming heading towards the city of Gatesville. This is going to go right over that city. If you have any friends and family in that city of Gatesville, you need to let them know. High alert. Got some serious potential large hail with this thing, up to baseball size hail, tennis ball, maybe baseball size hail potential from this storm, and also tornadic. I mean, unfortunately, if this thing does lower to the surface, this could be on the ground and go right over the city of Gatesville. So this is the very concerning setup, right there along the 84 corridor here, with some very intense hail and as well as our tornadic supercell. Yeah, there's the hail core right now over the Arnett area, the King area, the Parmela area. This is all heading towards Gatesville. And like I mentioned, this is one supercell, guys. This is one supercell that's really started to develop earlier on. Let's look at this. So some of the hail potential so far from this storm that's laid down already. So this has already laid down some pretty good hail, 2.5 inches at times. This has already had a pretty good history of golf ball to ping pong to, almost tennis ball size hail, and now this is keeps growing in intensity as this continues to dive east. Now more of a southeastern tilt. Yeah, but notice the reds starting to form here by the Hicko area. This is again, this is another area that we have to be concerned about. There's not much activity around it. It's trailing through the warm front. Continued the warmer conditions continue to lift further north. The cold front is still well out west, and yes, we're starting to see new activity form, even though it's very subtle. Right, this is not much to speak of, but these are all signs of the atmosphere turning over. The cap is breaking more or less in this atmosphere and allowing these storms to develop. And it's not going to take much to turn these things severe. You see the lightning strike. You see the lightning strike down here by the Hicko area. That's your first sign the storm is intensifying down here. And these are heading a little bit further like northeast. So these are actually heading towards the metroplex here. I would say more east northeast. Uh, but thanks everyone. Thanks for tuning in to live storm coverage this afternoon. We are covering this event live here on Facebook as well as YouTube. So if you're watching me from YouTube, if you hadn't subscribed already, definitely hit the subscribe button. I do daily updates on that channel across the nation and live coverage during these high impact events. And it's also important to hit the like button as well. It definitely lets you know you value the content and let YouTube know that it'll share it with others. And if you have any like groups or anything that you're associated with, be sure to share the live feed into those group sections. Let them know that we're doing live extensive coverage for the duration of the event, and we'll be with it until these watches basically expire, and that won't be until 8-9 o'clock this evening. But right now, we're definitely concerned about this radar indicated tornado that's shown a history of rotation within this corridor. It continues to show a history of rotation. We've been on this storm for the last hour. No, it's been an hour and a half. It's been an hour and a half, guys, as we've been watching this tornado warning continue to move east. Basically right along this 84 corridor. And Hey, thanks so much. I appreciate you sharing. Yeah, and send me any pictures on Twitter. I mean, if you have, if it's okay to, if it's safe to take pictures of the hail, if you have, if you see any hail, definitely tag me on Twitter. You can send me a message on my messenger on Facebook. Yeah, I'd like to see it. I like to see your storm coverage. So yeah, feel free to, like I said, message me on Facebook or send it to me on Twitter. I'd like to see the any and all pictures that you might have, as long as it's safe to be out to be taking taking pictures in the in that environment. Yeah, I mean, here's my Twitter handle. If you're not, if you don't have the Twitter, I mean, everything's under Pal Ponder on weather. I mean, if you type that in the Google search anywhere, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, all my social platforms, everything's under Pal Ponder on weather. Is the cap still strong? No, I mean, we're watching the cap overturn right now. I mean, you can see it actually in Hicko. These storms are rapidly developing right now. So these no, it's just you're less in the warm sector further south. I mean, they're trailing, they're really along this warm front further south. So it's really all about the warm front. Um, the temperature is a little higher than what is the other day. The dew point's a little higher. It's at 59, but not, we're not in the upper 60s. We're not in the 70s like they are, further south. That's what's hard pressed about these the storm development. Is you basically have to bet, how far north this warm front gets, and then the timing of when this cold front is going to interact. And so that's always the challenge with these systems, as and obviously if you're in the warm front, if you're in the superior air mass, you're more in the unstable air mass. But what we saw, like we saw the other day, the warm front got stalled because of convection to the northwest, and it wasn't allowing this warm front to lift any further north. So it put well to the south, and we're kind of in a similar situation. It's not as prevalent as it was the other day, but we're in the same type of situation. It's not like this warm front is in towards the Red River. It's not. I mean, the entire metroplex is technically not in the unstable atmosphere. So the warm front is further south. All right, so let's zoom back in here because I think we might be getting close here of something possibly with this storm. I guess you can probably see that here. So this storm chaser Brandon is right on this activity here. Yeah, this continues to dive southeast.
It's almost like nobody knows there's a tornado warning.
Yeah, so we're watching. It's this is actually moved further south of 84 now because this is diving southeast now.
That's it's almost as if nobody knows there's a tornado warning.
But yeah, this is the area of concern further south. It's south of Gatesville, basically 7 miles south of Gatesville. Right here, this is the developing potential tornado down here in this region as this continues to dive southeast. Yeah, but this one's grown to 55,000 feet now, guys. This is definitely continuing to gain in intensity. This has been by far the most intense storm of the afternoon. We've been really live tracking this for about an hour and a half now, as it started near the Hamilton region, and it continues to continues as it continues east and now southeast, start to gain, continue to gain in intensity. But yeah, we will definitely come back from time to time and beyond this storm. I'm definitely watching this closely. I'm also watching, again, more activity further north as these are starting to spread out. See the separation here? We're starting to see a little bit of separation. That's going to allow this storm to somewhat intensify, further north. So this is by into the Hiko region. If we can put the scan on it, you can actually see it continuing to intensify as the atmosphere starts to turn over down here just southwest of Cleburne. So there's your bearings on this storm. This is basically southwest of Cleburne, south of Glen Rose. Starting to get a little bit more activity building in Glen Rose. Even further north, this is just south of Cleburne, south of Venice, south of Midlothian. So it's 3 o'clock. So it's 3 o'clock. Yeah, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The severe thunderstorm watch was issued about an hour or so ago. Right now, currently, there's not much happening across the Metroplex, and we're watching activity building in from the south as the warm front continues to lift further north. And right now, like I said, most of the activity is further south, and it's more or less back building further south into the Mason area and the Burnett area, the Lampasas area. This will probably extend into Fredericksburg. They do have the severe thunderstorm watch, goes until 9 o'clock further south down here. Yeah, so this is all near Waco again. This is the city of Waco. And this is all just due west of Waco right now. The one storm we're concerned about is definitely turned more southeast. All right, zoom out. Let's see what else is happening here. Yeah, again, it's just that one supercell, guys. I mean, a lot of times it can only take one cell and do a lot of damage. It takes one supercell, but this one supercell is dumping some massive hail with it. And you can see it. It's basically right over Arnett, King, heading towards Gatesville. Pretty large hail, pretty intense hail, sometimes up to tennis ball size potential within this region. Yeah, so definitely some large hail coming out of the city of King and Gatesville here. Oh, Heiko. Thank you. Burn it. I got people messaging me. All right. Yeah, so that storm by Heiko here, that's also trying to get some hail associated with it as well. Not severe, but this will probably be the next one that's probably likely to be turned severe here shortly. This has definitely gained a lot of intensity over the last 10 minutes or so. These are all filling in further north and as these continue to push east. Hey, what time in Salina? Yeah, again, I mean, we looked at future radar. It might not be much. I mean, Salina's pretty far north where these storms are right now. I mean, these are active storms. These are, essentially south of Glen Rose right now. So these are somewhat building, but yeah, it's a long ways away from Salina. Yeah, there's not much happening across the Metroplex. We'll see this, sporadic activity, shower activity. But right now, everything's further south. We're just watching this as it continues to move through. Again, the highest, greatest concern is going to be south of I-30. South of I-30, and you can still see some severe storms north of I-30. But right now, we're not seeing much of activity at all. So we did some of the high resolution guidance, and it was kind of showing scattered sporadic activity, but again, it can only take one cell. I mean, this one cell could form and move over the metroplex and cause a lot of damage, but that's who knows if that's going to be the case or not. So we'll just see how far north these storms are going to be able to get or not. But yeah, definitely Salina is pretty far north. That's north of Highway 380. These storms are about 70, 80 miles of well south of you right now.
Now here.
Oh, wow.
Some trees in the way, but velocities are maxed out. If this thing is on the ground, there's likely a violent tornado on the ground.
Yeah, let's look at this, guys. We could have a serious tornado on the ground here. Wow, that looks ominous. He is right there south of Gatesville. The skies are really darkening down there in that region. This whole thing is diving southeast. Trying to get a spotter on this.
I'm gonna try to get out of here. Are you staying? Yeah, I think I'm gonna stay for a second.
Yeah, this is traveling just south of the Forts Gate area. This is south of Forts Gate, so this is the area of concern right here.
I'm wondering if it's gonna keep going southeast or if it's gonna make an eastward turn.
I know. Hold on. Good point. This thing does look like it could be coming right at us.
Yeah, I mean he's basically right there near Mound, and it's literally just due east. So yeah, right now it's moving east southeast, but if this thing definitely turns east, then he's going to be in the danger zone.
Yeah, I gotcha. Wendy, James, a move for both of you guys. Thank you so much.
All right, so we're watching an active tornado warning happening right now south of Forts Gate. This is south of the city of Gatesville. Developing potential tornado with baseball size hail down there in that region. Some serious situation unfolding.
Velocities are like maxed out on this thing right now.
I think it's diving south if you look at the loop. Yeah, it's still south.
Yeah, let's go south.
Yeah, it's weird how this storm is like continued to move further south. And I might even have to switch radars here because this is getting out of the DFW radar. There, this actually might be better. I picked up the Waco radar. All right, so it appears this activity is definitely diving east, southeast, maybe even further south turn. This is definitely changed in directions in a big way. This potential tornado is on the ground right now, right there south of the Forts Gate area, south of Gatesville. We don't have confirmation just yet, but it's going to be hard to see these things in this type of environment. But yes, the velocities do look ugly on this right now. Yeah, so this is a storm chaser. This is just south. He's in the city of Mound. He's tracking this storm just southwest. So this is he is diving. He's moving south now. So he's on the position. He's moving south of the storm as this storm continues to kind of shift on him. Again, this had a history of moving east. Had a history of moving east. It's dove a little bit further east, southeast, and now it looks to appear going southeast, more southeast direction. And wow, look at that storm by the Hyco area. So that's really starting to intensify up here. Very intense rain. This one's rapidly developed of intensity as well. Yeah, this will continue to dive southeast. So if you live in the Belton area, maybe even towards Killeen, if it definitely moves further south, Killeen will be in the corridor of this tornado warning. But definitely Belton, Temple, all those areas need to be on high alert from this supercell that has a history of producing tornadic rotation and some very large, intense hail core coming out of that region. Yeah, he's in the thick of it now, so he's losing a little bit of a signal. But yeah, that is one intense storm that's really diving southeast here, and this will be missing the city of Waco. So this is going to be diving just south of the Waco region, more likely towards the Temple. Yeah, we could very well have a tornado on the ground here. I'm looking at the correlation coefficient, and we've got definitely some sort of debris trying to be lifted up in the atmosphere here. So we could, in fact, definitely have a potential tornado on the ground. This tornado warning is about to expire, and this will be obviously continued. But yeah, this is the area of concern, just south of Fort Gates. It definitely shows we might have some sort of spin down here in this road in this area that has a potential tornado here. Who is that outside with the music? Oh. My wife's trying to be incognito. That didn't work, honey. They can see you. So, I'm like Amazon rolling up and okay. So we got brand new severe thunderstorm warning further north. Oh, there you go. So they did extend this tornado warning. So let's stay down here now. Okay, so they did extend the tornado warning, like we mentioned. This is for northwestern Bell County. This was that tornadic supercell that was 7 miles south of the city of Gatesville, the one we've been on south of Fort Gates. This is all moving southeast now. So there's your confirmation moving southeast. It does have the potential of some golf ball size hail now. It had some history of some tennis ball, maybe some tennis baseball size at times. But it's going to be the dangerous storm is going to be near the Morgan's Point Resort around 350. The Temple and the Belton area around 355. So this is a very serious storm. It has taken that southeast turn. Those are typically the most severe with the largest hail associated with them. So yes, these are continuing to show and gain in intensity, while we have the northern side now that has not also now turned severe. So this is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. This is further north. This does include actually parts of the Metroplex, way south into Somerville, Johnson, Bosque County, as well as into the Western Hill County and central Texas. So this is that other developing storm that's continuing to show intensity. Remember, further south, we wasn't much of anything, right? So we had some purple start to show up. Now we've got the deeper reds, and so now that has now turned severe. So they're still continuing to shift a little bit further north into Glen Rose now with more activity. Yeah, so even Cleburne could get into the action here shortly. All right, so there's another brand new severe thunderstorm warning. This does include the Temple region along with the tornado warning. Yeah, so some of these storms are still moving east, but it's that tornadic storm has definitely dived southeast. Yeah, so this does include the outskirts of the Killeen region. It will definitely be included in the Belton region, the Temple area. Those areas are under the gun, but more importantly, over the next 45 minutes or so, more likely in the Mound, the Grove, Cold Springs, Whitehall, all those areas need to be in your safe zone with this tornadic supercell that continues to show a history of rotation. Yeah, so we'll definitely have to be watching this supercell as it develops and see if this gets out of hand or not. But yeah, we just have to watch subtle areas that even showing some light showers developing over the city of Italy. So even though this does not look anything to speak of, these are definitely more concerned as it's showing just the atmosphere starting to overturn within this area. All right, so let's go back in this region. Yeah, it definitely appears we might have something just east of the Cold Springs area. How about Hillsboro and Waco? Right now, Waco is missing this supercell. It's just south. So again, these are never 100% coverage whenever you get these severe threats. They're all going to be isolated supercells. So right now, it appears that the way it's looking, Waco might be just split. Right these are moving east out of Gatesville and Hewitt, and this is diving southeast. Then you have this activity further north. So, and Waco's in between. So now it appears Waco might be one of those areas that might be, missed from these storms. So if you don't get hit by a supercell, you're thinking it's a bust and nothing happens. But obviously, if you get hit by a supercell, you've got golf ball, baseball, tennis ball size hail, and it was like a war zone in your backyard. So, but these are never 100% coverage. These are all usually individual supercells, and if you happen to be under one of those supercells, it can definitely do a lot of extensive damage. But if you're outside of that, then you're like, hey, it was a bust. Nothing really happened in my house. And those are always the nature of these storms. So just because you got hit in these areas into Waco and China Springs just a couple of days ago, and you're under the enhanced risk, you're under the hatched risk, you're under all of that, doesn't guarantee you're going to be hit with some larger hail. So it's just where that supercell happens to travel. And these all take different paths. These are moving east, and now this one's moving southeast. So even then, it could be looking at, look, it's heading your direction. Then this one dove southeast. So this would look like just an hour ago, it looked like it was due east. It was due east for an hour. And all of a sudden it turned east, southeast, and now it's more like southeast. And now, in case, it was going to be, Waco was going to be in the more of the bullseye. Now they're not even anywhere close in the bullseye because this one turned southeast. But yeah, that leading edge looking okay. Sorry, my dogs are going crazy. I'm not sure what's happening here. They're probably fighting over a treat. Ooh, look at that. Yeah, he is on that storm. He's right here off 36 here.
As of 1 minute ago, it's still southwest of the road. It's still over there. Yeah, look at the velocity. It's spiking, but no, that's 1 minute old. Legit 1 minute scan.
Let me move this over. All right, so we're watching this storm right now developing. It does appear that we have some sort of debris signature down here just south of Mound. And he's right there on it. This is the area of activity that we're concerned about right within this corridor here. Yeah, the sky is looking really ominous now.
All right, guys, we're going to get a little bit further south right now. Couldn't even honk.
Yeah, so we're on a potential radar indicated tornado that is south of the city of Fort Skates. This was located about 9 miles south of the Fort Skates area.
on the scanner group.
It sounds like we might have a tornado on the ground near in the city of Fort Hood. Okay, sorry, my family's they're about to go to this thing, and so they're a little loud right now, but they're about to.
Make sure you guys are smooshing that like and subscribe button. Thank you guys so much for your PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App donations as well.
All right, we could have a developing tornado or a potential tornado. We're looking at scanners from some storm chasers that a possible tornado on the ground in the city of Fort Hood.
After this car, you're cleared. Wait for it. Wait for it. After this guy. Once again, thank you guys all for tuning in. Thank you all for your donations. Keep smooshing that like and subscribe.
All right, so we're continuing to watch storm coverage here.
Looks like in the town of the Grove, there's options to go south out of there if it's still on the ground.
All right, so he's heading towards the Grove, and this storm is literally just south of him.
And Table Grove, this road also curves hard south. Keep that in mind. So frustrating.
All right, so we have an active tornado that is on the ground that's continued to dive east. All these areas south of La Grove, you need to take shelter immediately. Developing tornado that is on the ground happening right now.
Thank you guys once again also much for smooshing that like and subscribe button.
Yes, Belton would be in the path of this storm. Definitely Belton would be in the path of this storm as it continues to dive southeast. You need to be in your safe zone down in that region.
That took me out.
Yeah, these storms are continuing to intensify. We're watching the southern flank here continue to build further south. Yeah, this is almost like developing into a nasty squall line now further south. But everything continues to remain south of I-30. Everything continues to remain south of I-30. Yeah, I'm kind of in between radars on the northern side and the southern side. Yeah, the DFW radar doesn't go as far, that far south. So I have to tap into the Waco one from time to time. Yeah, but the main activity continues to remain with that supercell. Uh-oh, he's getting a large hail now. Yeah, he's and he is right there in the La Grove and the Grove area, like literally on the forefront of that large hail. You can see it now. You see it? You hear the tings every once in a while? Yeah, he already busted out 3 or 4 wind chills over the last 5 or 6 months. But that hail core is heading right towards him. Unfortunately, he's kind of stuck right now. He really can't go anywhere because he can't go further south. That's the tornadic activity. Yeah, but he's getting deep in the hail core now. You can see that hail getting a little bit bigger. You can see it bouncing off the ground there. Yeah, pretty intense hail core heading right over his area. Yeah, so we're watching live storm coverage, storm chaser south of Gatesville, live tornado on the ground happening right now, and huge hail within its path. He is getting pelted right now. You can see the massive supercell structure. You really get a good view of it now. Yeah, this is all south of Gatesville. This is south of the Metroplex, south of Waco. This is in central Texas. Tornado happening right now, and it's massive hail on the ground. Yeah, so the next cities in its path are going to be Belton Lake, the city of Belton at 405, and as well as Temple around 410. So these are the areas that are in the path of this dangerous storm. Belton at 350, and the city of Temple at 410. Yeah, that location is dropping due southeast, coming out of Cold Springs.
Yeah, I got you.
Daniel's got a good point. This thing is it's wrapping up around us here. We're gonna drop south as quick as that guy can here.
All right, so they're going to head further south. It still has a pretty nice couplet to it. I guess the good thing is these have all really kind of congealed together. This is that we're watching the transition coming out of a large hailstorm to more damaging winds further south. This is all connected here, but this is going to be some very intense winds as these continue to shift off into the east.
All right, guys. So this thing's literally wrapping up right on top of us, continuing south. A beautiful shot on the camera right now.
Yeah, he is right here. I mean, you can see the kind of the swirl. I mean, you can actually see the swirl here. Maybe it's lost a little bit at that last scan. It's coming right out of the city of it's in between the Grove and Cold Springs at the moment. Yeah, so he's south of the Grove, northwest of Temple. All right, so we got a further north system that we okay, so that's a significant change. We're starting to see more activity build further north. So we have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning as this activity towards Glen Rose is actually shifted northeast. So this activity is actually moving northeast. So, all right, so we have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Somerville County, western Johnson County, as well as Hood County. So this was a developing storm that was located near Glen Rose. This was all moving northeast. So that's a significant change. There's some diving southeast or some moving east, but the northern side's actually moving northeast now. So that's and obviously that is further towards the Metroplex. So this is a brand new cell further, coming out of the Glen Rose that's lifting northeast, heading towards the city of Joshua, heading towards Cleburne area, eventually heading towards the Burleson area. I'm going to leave this on for a second. I'll be back in a second. Wow. So this storm by Glen Rose is really gaining in intensity as well. Yeah, this hail core in itself has gained a lot of intensity further north coming out of Glen Rose. It is small, but it is mighty here down there south of Highway 67. Here, let me turn that off for now. Yeah, so this is another storm. Let me switch radars. All right, so this is a new cell. Again, it's isolated than the one further south in Meridian. This is a supercell that's trying to develop here, all heading northeast. So that's a significant change in the direction of what the ones were moving further south. So these cloud tops are gaining in intensity, almost 40,000 feet now. So these are definitely growing in height. Obviously, not nearly as intense as the ones further south, but definitely showing signs of continuing strengthen as those will continue northeast. So that's, again, these are significant change because if it continues, wow, look at that hail core, guys. That is significant hail by the Nemo area. This is just south of Highway 67. So this is a very intense hail core, up to 2.25 inches in diameter here. Very large hail just now developed over the city of Nemo. So this is look at the last scan, rapidly developed. This one literally just turned severe out of Glen Rose, and now we're talking very large hail, ping pong size hail coming out of this system, about to cross Highway 67. This is about to cross Highway 67. This is just south of Fort Worth, south of Benbrook, south of the Burleson area. This is heading towards maybe Cleburne would be in the path of this intense supercell. So this is continuing to intensify. Look at the last scan here. Very large hail over the city of Nemo and crossing over Highway 67. And this will continue due northeast over the next 30 to 45 minutes or so. So the locations are going to be like Cleburne and the Godly into Joshua. Those areas have to be on high alert of maybe potential some very large hail within this corridor. And again, it only takes one supercell. So this is an active development. You know, this could be the one supercell the Metroplex could get out of this whole activity. And so we'll watch this transition. But if you can see the path here, this is all moving northeast. So if this does in fact become a supercell, this would be going over Burleson, Midlothian, you know, eventually southwest of Dallas, and then maybe possibly going over Dallas. We'll just have to watch this play out. But that's a significant change in development just over the last 10 or 15 minutes or so, as this is now shifted northeast. And it's starting to separate from the southern flank. And so that's definitely more concerning. This could be another supercell like the one we're seeing, you know, further south into Gatesville. That's been holding together now for about 2 hours. We've been watching an active tornado warning really since Hamilton. This is all developed since the Hamilton region. No, I'm sorry. This was Indian Gap. In fact, let's look at this path here. Yeah, this would be your hail core of this development storm. So yeah, this originated towards the Indian Gap region and traveled east, now southeast. So this whole area has been inundated with very large hail, and now this tornado. It was a tornado warned all the way from this region. So you can see the southeast trajectory on these storms. But again, that's just one supercell that kind of held together, and we've been dealing with that one supercell for like 2 hours now. And so, yes, this is the newer developing storm that has some larger hail that further south, and then this is the new one that doesn't have the hail core because it's just been too soon so far. But nonetheless, that's a new development that's just shifting off into the northeast. All right, so we're continuing to be on this tornado warning further south. This continues to be tornado warned, and it has been for 2 hours. At times, this has definitely been a tornado on the ground. At times, it's been hard to tell at times if it's pulsed up and pulsed down, but this is developing. You can actually see the couplet here on radar. We definitely had confirmation that this was on the ground. And this was, this continues to dive east to southeast. The storm chaser has been on this storm. Yeah, so he is basically south of Whitehall right now. He's trying to stay ahead of it, obviously. Yeah, the sirens are going off in this region.
Yeah, do not come this way. Chaser traffic jam.
Yeah, I'm getting it back up here on the subdivision on the clearing.
But yeah, this storm is definitely going to be continuing as it continues to dive southeast. Yeah, Temple is going to be your next area that's going to be under concern. That's expected to be in that area around 4:10 time frame. You can still see the rotation with this. This has still been a pretty good couplet that continues for down further south into this region. This is just south of LaGrove, heading towards Moffett, and it's actually heading right towards him as he's diving south here. And yeah, and Temple may be right on the brunt of this storm. If this continues southeast, this Temple is going to be in the direct path of this storm. So yes, even though you're not under a tornado warning in the city of Temple, you need to be on high alert. This will definitely be tornado warned. And I think they literally just extended it. You can hear the sirens going off. Yeah, so if you live in the city of Temple, it's going to be in your area at 4:10. So yes, even though you're not under tornado warning happening right now, you need to be in your safe zone as this developing this tornado is all heading your direction southeast. Hey, Susan, pal, hope you you got your seatbelt on. Hey, wind's picking up here south of Austin. I'm near Lake Belton. Oh, Reed is on the Temple rotation. Oh, cool. Let me pull up his feed. I'm going to look at it on my other screen. Yeah, so he's right there. Oh, he's in Gatesville. So he's in the city of Gatesville. So he's on the northwest side of there. Yeah, but you can see this has turned into just a nasty squall line further south. Yeah, these winds are going to be picking up here, probably approaching 60, 70, upwards to possibly that 75 mile per hour range, as this is all kind of filled in here. All right, so you can definitely see this expansion, right? It's 347. We're watching this elongation, from north to south. We started to see the southward build earlier on with this, but now we've had a significant change in this atmosphere. It's now turned further north, and now it's lifting more, further northeast. And so now we have new development even further north into Burleson, into the Fort Worth area. So that's significant because these storms are basically, west of, the heart of the Metroplex. This is in the city of Fort Worth. And then obviously these have to shift east. So the atmosphere is definitely turning over as we speak. So we're watching the atmosphere start to turn over of new development happening in Burleson and to Fort Worth, because all this activity has to shift at least east and northeast. Yeah, it's getting really dark. I mean, it's only 3:47. That is live coverage, guys. It's intense down there. It's basically in the middle of the heat of the afternoon at 3:47. The sunset doesn't go down until another 4 hours. And look how dark it is. It looks like it's about sunset in about 10 minutes or so. Yeah, so this is all heading towards Temple. This is until that tornado warning looks to be another 11 minutes, but that will be sure going to be extended. That's going to cover more Belton, cover more of Temple into these regions. But yeah, we're definitely starting to see a lot more activity starting to build further north. Yeah, that's a nasty storm down there.
Are you making a right on 363? I think that's the road.
I don't know where that is. Oh, I see it. I see it. I'm still stuck here, but I will do that.
Yeah, look at that hell swath from. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of hell in Texas today, folks. Hey, Texas Roses. Yeah, smash that thumbs button. Hey, I appreciate all the support. Thanks for watching live coverage. Thanks for all the stars out there. Thanks for all the donations on YouTube. Greatly appreciate it. Yeah, it definitely helps with these live streams. Yeah, make sure you hit the like button on Facebook as well as YouTube. Hit the subscribe button. Please follow me if you hadn't had a chance to. Yeah, we're almost at 175,000 followers on YouTube. And we're starting to get a lot more activity further south. I mean, look at that. This is where the severe thunderstorm. Let me just take this off. Yeah, so we're getting a little bit more activity further south. This is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning all the way down by Uvalde. So this just extends, like I mentioned, this is going to be extending, from Eagle Pass to the Red River. This is a very long area of severe activity this afternoon. And we're watching this unfold, really starting to develop and kind of fill in as we speak. So, yeah, brand new severe thunderstorm warnings even further south and towards the Eagle Pass area. Yeah, further north towards the Metroplex. Again, we're just watching some isolated showers starting to develop over Collin County, over Fairview, McKinney, Carrollton. Yeah. So any activity you see, this this just shows the atmosphere is starting to turn over here. Yeah, but still some pretty significant hail coming out of that system. Right there within that small core here. Yeah, this one looks to be just traveling just yeah, whenever you see that blue like that, that's definitely some larger hail. Yeah, it's small but mighty, but it's definitely packing a punch. If you're underneath that, you're definitely getting some larger hail out of that. And this is all just traveling northwest of Cleburne and eventually heading towards the city of Joshua. Yeah, it looks like it's about to cross Interstate 35 here as well. Yeah, so let's go back to that southern storm again. I know this is the one everybody's concerned about. All right, so this is the active tornado warning we've been watching for like 2 hours now. As this continues to dive southeast. Definitely had a tornado on the ground at some point in its life cycle, but it's definitely getting pretty rain wrapped now. I don't really see the couplet like I was seeing earlier as significant as we were seeing earlier. We've been tapping into this storm, live chasers, storm coverage from time to time. But yeah, it's definitely not as prevalent as it was looking like earlier. Yeah, but more than likely, this one's going to be expiring in 4 minutes and likely get extended. So it will include more Belton. It definitely will include Temple. I would definitely be on high alert in the Temple region. Be in your safe zone. 4 o'clock in the Temple region. That's only another next 4 minutes. So I'm not sure why they have not extended the tornado warning into the Temple region. They need to. Yeah, so here's you can actually see it now. This is showing up pretty nicely here. This is the area of concern that's basically heading right towards Temple. That is your circulation, guys. It's just north of Belton. That is heading right towards the Temple area. Temple needs to be in your safe zone. They definitely need to extend this tornado warning. This should be extended any minute now. Yeah, so moving east at 50 miles an hour. So the tornado warning is about to expire. So this tornado warning is about to expire, and this is about to cross. And so when it crosses, this is going to be extended further east. So areas of Belton, Midway, Temple, Belco, all those areas are going to be under the newly tornado warning with this could be active tornado on the ground. That's a pretty significant velocity scan by Morgan's Point Resort here. It's about to cross over 317. Right now, it's right over Woodland, Morgan's Point Resort. It literally just crossed over with the new scan. Not as significant as it was, right? It has pulsed down, but nonetheless, this is the circulation. It's basically crossed out of that tornado warned area. Now, this would be likely extended. That would include Temple. And so further north, it looks like we have another cell that trying to develop too. So this activity further north is again starting to fill in. So we're starting to see more activity get closer and closer to the metroplex here as this one cell is shifted off to the northeast. So we're starting to see a little bit more activity come out of Burleson. Starting to get some yellow starting to show up in the Collin County region. Yeah, this is just all signs of the atmosphere starting to turn over here further north. Hey, Rob, there's damage in Temple. Yeah, that storm is basically right over that area. Sorry, I'm constantly having to switch radars here. Let's see if I can find anything on it. Okay, so there's a Bucky's in Temple here. Yeah, so the severe thunderstorm watch continues until 8 o'clock for North Texas. Tornado watch continues for this region that we're on down in Central Texas, and also another severe thunderstorm watch is included further south from Austin to San Antonio and points, to Eagle Pass regions. Oh, and that's actually a flood warning now. That's a brand new flood warning that just got issued. Yeah, 1 to 3 inches of rain has fallen. Another 1 to 2 inches possible between now and 7 o'clock for Bell County, Correll County, and Central Texas. Yeah, there's just that the same storm has been, basically inundating that area for a while now. Yeah, we're watching the transition. We're watching, see all this. It actually kind of filled in here. We're not seeing the isolated nature that we were seeing earlier with these separated supercells. This is all kind of congealed into a solid line. So whenever that does that, you're making the transition out of a very large hail, definitely stronger tornadoes into more, isolated spin up tornadoes and more of a damaging wind threat as as these continue to move off to the east. Yeah, this is actually a good thing. I mean, you kind of want this togetherness. I mean, when they're together like that, they're typically, again, that you can get some higher winds out of this. And that's why we have, up to 75-mile-per-hour winds, because we were expecting this to eventually kind of congeal into a squall line. So yeah, so now the northern side is still separated, right? All right, so we even have a special weather alert too. Oh, this is a brand new. Yeah, this one turned severe. So this does include Dallas now. So this is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning, newly developed thunderstorm warning for Johnson, Tarrant, Ellis, and including now Dallas County. So this is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning coming out of Keene area. This is all moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So another developing storm coming out of Cleburne, coming out of Keene that had some very large hail associated with it. This continues to shift off to the northeast. Newly developed storms out ahead of it. The atmosphere is rapidly turning over in a big way. We're watching new development happening just south of the I-30 corridor. This is the extended severe thunderstorm warning that includes the Cedar Hill area, the DeSoto area, Arlington, Grand Prairie, Irving, downtown Dallas, Highland Park. These are all lifting northeast. You can see it rapidly starting to fill in over the Metroplex. Yeah, the atmosphere is starting to turn over a lot further north now. And these are separated. So they're going to be allowed to gain in intensity. You see these little separation here? You've got 1, 2, 3. You have 3 separate structures that all have the capability of gaining intensity as it continues to lift northeast. And that's going away from these areas further south. So it's almost the atmosphere is starting to split right over the Metroplex, right over that triple point area where that warm front and the cold front and the low pressure center is all meeting here. We're watching the atmosphere kind of change in direction. This northern side is shifting northeast. The southern side is more eastbound, and further south it's definitely shifted further southeast. So we're definitely watching, really several areas of activity that we have to be concerned about over the coming hours. Yeah, so if you're just now tuning in, we're doing live storm coverage. We've been on this since about 1:30 this afternoon. The severe thunderstorm watch was issued around that time, 1:30. This tornado watch was issued right around that time, maybe closer to 1 o'clock for the areas further south. And then we had a newly severe thunderstorm watch for Austin and San Antonio area that got issued probably around 2:30. And so, yeah, we've been doing coverage for about the last 2.5 hours here. And so now we're watching new activity starting to develop a little bit closer to the Metroplex. We have not had any so far with this particular setup. But now we had that one cell that was pretty significant that came out of, the Cleburne area that started shifting northeast. That was fairly significant. And that's been continuing. So this actually continues to shift, move further northeast. So now areas, further north into the Metroplex are starting to see some sort of severe weather. So yeah, but you can see these storms, these have a history of moving northeast. So they were watching this activity. This is, again, trying to build further north as you get more into the warm sector. These will start to build further and further north. Now, exactly where they stop is yet to be determined. They're only going to be able to go so far, right? I mean, there's only so much. The severe thunderstorm watch does include areas further north into Sherman, but you're going to be a lot less likely to get some severe stuff, further, north of north of that area. These have to go pretty far. I mean, they've already traveled a pretty good ways in trying to fill in. But yeah, we're just watching the atmosphere turnover. Obviously, this is fairly significant. Look at Fort Worth, nothing, like basically nothing. And then boom, you had all this activity blow up, right? So definitely the atmosphere is really turning over in a big way. And they're not even under severe thunderstorm warning, but they will be. So this is continuing to lift further and further north. Hey, it looks like some southern mode gusting out. Yeah, because it looks like it congealed. It's definitely transitioned to more of a squall line now. But you can see the leading edge. I mean, don't let your guard down. I mean, this is still doing a lot of damage down there because of the significant winds of this is going to be upwards to 70 miles an hour down here. Yes, it looks like they had confirmation of winds of 60 to 65 miles an hour near the Burnett area. All right. So, yes, they did, in fact, let that tornado warning expire down there towards Temple. Definitely ran up into itself. We're definitely not seeing the coupling anymore. We're not seeing nearly the rotation we have been seeing that we were watching for 2 hours straight. So that tornado warning was pretty active for almost 3 solid hours, guys. That was about 3 solid hours, essentially from the Indian Springs area all the way to basically Temple. That's a pretty long area. And like I said, this, the National Weather Service will I mean, we know we had at least one confirmed tornado. I mean, how long was that same tornado on the ground? Was it multiple tornadoes? I mean, we just know that whole area was tornado warned at least for 3 solid hours. All right, so you got a lightning strike here by Forest Hill. Also another indication that storm is intensifying over Fort Worth, over Arlington. Heavy rains really starting to move into the Arlington region now. Grand Prairie. Yeah, it looks like that might be right over DFW Airport. That's pretty significant. It's going over the airport. That looks to be right near. Yeah, that's right over the airport, guys. So that's going to delay some travel there. Yeah, that is definitely going to be able to disrupt flights with that intensity of that storm, basically heading right over the airport now. Yeah, those winds are right at about 60 miles an hour potentially. You see this deepening purple starting to blow up on this map right around 161. Heading towards Grand Prairie, heading towards the Arlington region. This is all continuing to lift northeast. All right, so yes, we have that severe thunderstorm warning does include the Dallas area. We're starting to get more activity coming over right over the Metroplex now. Yeah, it looks like we pretty much maxed out at DFW around 72. That's definitely not as high as the model showed. We definitely didn't get as warm as some of the high resolution guidance was maybe hinting at. We're off by at least a couple degrees and maybe even a couple degrees on the dew points, which that's significant enough in itself. That tells me the cold front is faster than the warm front. Basically, the cold front is coming in out west, and it was only allowed to, lift that warm front as much north as possible before that colder air kind of put the brakes and all this activity. So we're really watching the back half of this. I mean, you can see the back half trying to form here in Weatherford. Yeah, that is more likely your cold front here. This is probably likely cold front activity that's coming out of Weatherford here into heading towards Fort Worth. This is the warm sector. So you're going to have a very narrow window here. You're going to have a narrow window before this cold front comes into this activity. So this is all developing right over the heart of the Metroplex within the warm sector, but watching the cold front right on its heels. So you're going to have a very 45-minute, maybe an hour window of these severe storms. Hey, I noticed the cold front on radar pushed further east than expected. Yes, traveled faster. This is what I'm seeing right now. Which, that's typically the case, right? Cold air always travels faster than what the models show. That's always typically been the case. And which in this situation, it's crucial because when you're relying on the warm front coming in to destabilize the atmosphere, then the cold air is faster then obviously that lessens the time and it lessens the possibility of the further north of the intensity of the storms is going to be able to get. You can see this pushing off now. See, it's trying to build north, and it's flatting out. Right, you can almost see it. You can almost see this flat line here because it's feeling the effects of this colder air. Yeah, so it's 4:15. This is live storm coverage for a good part of Texas this afternoon. We've got severe storms impacting. We've seen a lot of large hail so far. But nothing too significant over the heart of the Metroplex. We're just watching this one storm that's got some bigger size hail associated with it that's crossing over, about to head towards the Mansfield area. Very small pocket, but definitely showing some pretty intense hail here. And these are just small pockets, but definitely has the potential to, you know, a little larger than quarters here. Yeah, but we're watching these storms pretty much intensify right over the Metroplex as we speak. And there's a narrow window to do so. Definitely a narrow window. I mean, this severe thunderstorm warning will likely get extended. So it does include the Dallas area for another 40 minutes or so. This will likely get extended northeast. That will encompass more of the Plano, Garland, Wiley areas as these continue to lift northeast. Hey, I appreciate you sending me some pictures. Hey, thanks for tagging me on Twitter here. But yeah, you can see this warm front really turning over the atmosphere as we speak, but the cold air is really kind of winning out. It's only allowed to go so far north. At this point, it doesn't appear it's going to make it to Denton. Obviously, it doesn't appear it's going to make it to Gainesville or Sherman. I would say McKinney at this point is probably on the very northern edge, but you can almost see a flat line to this activity as the cold front is back here. So yes, it's trying to continue to live further north, but the brakes are getting put on. But yeah, it looks like the tornadic activity is definitely somewhat subsided further south. The large, more intense hail has likely come down. You know, we saw about 2 or 3 hours of it. And we definitely had some big hail. There was no question. I mean, it was basically as forecasted. It had some tennis ball size hail. There was likely some pockets of baseball size hail within that corridor. And it was really just that one supercell. I mean, technically, it was just that one supercell that had the very large hail with it. And now we're still getting numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. But since this is going to be a solid line now, The hail core has come down. Now we're just looking at more like quarters, possibly some ping pong size. I think the more significant hail, like the more, the golf ball, the tennis ball, the baseball type size, I think that's pretty much probably going to be done with for the evening, unless something, miraculously happens. I mean, I might can't roll it out further south, but I mean, if there's any storms that pop up out ahead, maybe in San Antonio, further out to the east, then yes, they have a little bit more probability. But I think for the most part, the most intense stuff that we were seeing further south into central Texas is definitely started to come down a little bit. And now this is transitioning to more of a squall line type setup, or a straight line wind type setup with you know quarter size hail on the leading edge of this. And yes, you still can't roll out an isolated spin up tornado on these leading edges like this. But the stronger type tornado possibilities are definitely probably subsided. So you got some pretty intense rain. That's the same system that's come out of Cleburne. That's right over Mansfield. It's a very small pocket, but it definitely has some larger hail with it in the Mansfield area. That's going to be crossing over 287 here. All right. So will it make it to McKinney? Yeah, I'm starting to have my doubts that far north. Yeah, it's got I mean, it's not to say that I can't get any rain. I'm just talking about the severe stuff. If right now this continues northeast, so it doesn't appear so. No, yeah, probably more likely Plano, maybe the south side of Allen, definitely Garland, Rockwall, Princeton. But yeah, you can see the northern flank of this. It's definitely being cut off and squashed. Hey, and Sulphur Springs. Yeah, this is just the initial severe stuff. So yes, I think I think you're still going to get like rain further north where we are now, but as far as like the very severe stuff, the stuff that we have to worry about, um, we probably only have another hour, maybe hour and a half left. This is a very fairly quick moving system. I mean, the cold front is pretty much. Where is that cold front? Uh, um, Hey, sorry, Roy. Disappointing severe weather ain't making it to McKinney. I feel the panic. Well, I mean, McKinney with this type setup, it was not ever, you know, again, you're relying on a warm front coming in from the south. I mean, it was like one of those identical type setups we saw yesterday, a couple days ago. McKinney was pretty far north for this setup. I mean, even then in Dallas, this is still severe, but this is more or less borderline severe. There's definitely pockets of there's definitely pockets of hail. We're probably getting some quarter size hail at times. Could be some ping pong and some of those high, larger storms. Yeah, look at that. Especially one over And this looks like right along I-30 here, maybe just north of I-30. Yeah, pretty intense storm right now happening right over Dallas, heading towards Highland Park. Yeah, very intense storm heading towards, you know, there's the 183, there's the 35 corridor, the tollway. This looks to appear heading right towards the Highland Park, University Park area. Yeah, look at it. It's starting to really fill in now. Some very heavy rains really starting to set up over Arlington, Irving, into Dallas. Yeah, pretty intense rain. You can see the dark, deep purples here. Yeah, notice it's losing its luster in McKinney and Frisco and Fairview and Allen. Everything's kind of congealing together further south. Yeah, so we still got the tornado watch happening until 8. We still have the severe thunderstorm watch happening until 8 o'clock as well. And then further south, we still have that severe thunderstorm watch for, Austin, San Antonio, down to Eagle Pass. Yeah, so none of that's changed. We do have one flood warning right there by Colleen and Temple. Pretty heavy rain has fallen. 1 to 3 inches of rain has fallen out of that system. Yeah, that's interesting. So the storm near Gerald is moving southeast at 55 miles an hour. So that just goes to show you that low-level jet is really starting to be over that area, really picking up these storms and carrying them off to the east further. That's why we're transitioning into more of a squall line setup now. Yeah, we may in fact be past the most intense part of this storm. But we definitely had some pretty good hail within this corridor for sure. Yeah, let's look at this. I mean, pretty good swath of 2.5 inches. Maybe some bigger hail, 2.5 inches there. Yeah, this is still filling in. Yeah, there's your 2.5 inches there. And this was the stronger storm that was just northwest of Meridian, and then kind of redeveloped right there over Glen Rose. And that's the storm that continues to lift up northeast. Hey, pouring right now on Lake Highlands. Yeah, this is really set up right along into the Dallas region and into Irving. Pretty intense heavy rains have really set up over that area into Arlington, just south of Carrollton. Like I said, these were trying to lift further north and it just got squashed. So now it's almost like a squeeze play. It's you see the atmosphere just kind of squeezing together. It's feeling the effects of that colder air from the northwest and you're still in the warm sector, so you're getting squeezed. And right there, if you're in that zone, you're getting some very heavy rain. Hey, it looks so strange to see the southern storm split part to the northeast to the rest of the northeast down here in central Texas. It kind of looks like a supercell trying to come together over Dallas. Yeah, I mean, we're watching that storm coming out of Cleburne. Yeah, you're right. That's got a lot of breadth with it. There's not much activity further south. It's got pretty good inflow to the south. I mean, obviously, this whole area out east is plenty warm. It's got a lot of lightning strikes with it. Let's see what's happening. So it's 4:30. It's 4:30 in the afternoon. So we're watching live storm coverage across Texas here. Yeah, storms originated southwest of the Metroplex. It kind of grew in intensity, builded north, build south. We had a tornado warning for about 2 or 3 hours. At least one active tornado I know was on the ground. And pretty large hail, anywhere from 2 to 3 inches at times. And now we have a flood warning in the Temple region. And then we have a squall line that developed basically as it pushes further south. We've got some 60 to 70 mile per hour winds possibly along the leading edge. So we have more activity down towards the Hillsborough area, Whitney, Meridian, Clifton. This is just south of the DFW Metroplex. And then we just have that one cell that still has a warning associated with it. Yeah, definitely some 60 mile per hour winds, very heavy rain. That does include the Dallas area. These continue to lift northeast. It's got pockets of some larger hail associated with it, possibly in the Irving area. This looks like to be just south of 183 towards the Highland Park region. You're asking about Waco. Yeah, so Waco. I mean, you kind of missed it. This one, it split really, and it was really intense further south. It was stronger further north, but Waco right now is more or less probably, I would imagine, missed out on most of the severe stuff, if all the severe stuff. Yeah, these are all diving south southeast, and these are moving more east, and further north are moving northeast. So Waco's in the middle. There you go. You're in the dry slot. And that certainly wasn't the case 2 days ago. So I don't think anybody's disappointed that you didn't get any severe stuff in Waco, because you had plenty of it the other night, or at least near there. But we continue to watch these storms further north into Dallas. Very heavy rain. I mean, we're not seeing any shower activity anymore over Collin County. This is all concealed further south. Carrollton southbound as he's moving northeast. Yeah, it's likely Denton's going to miss out on the severe stuff. And you could still get rain. We're expecting activity to build back behind this system, but that stuff behind this system as this moves out is not expected to be severe. So hey, thank you for what you do. In other words, you were wrong again. I don't know if I was wrong. I mean, it was south of I-30. I mean, that's what we called for this morning. The main activity, the most intense storms would be south of I-30. We could have some severe weather north of I-30, which is what we're getting. Yeah, the tornado threat was further south. Strongest storms further south. Heaviest wind, heaviest hail. That's where the warm sector was. McKinney's pretty far north. Just because I live in McKinney doesn't mean it's always coming my way. I mean, I forecast for the entire Metroplex and all of Texas. Yeah, storms originating southwest. That was the update this morning at 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. Initial development, southwest Metroplex. Building north, building south, moving east. Strongest storm south of I-30. I mean, to me, this is playing out exactly how I described it. All right, so that heavier rain continues. That'll be moving into Dallas now. Yeah, this is likely new development back here behind the cold front, bound back towards Benbrook. Hey Chase, how's it going? Hey Carla. Hey, any update? I'm in McKinney and my kiddos in College Station. Well, McKinney's not going to get any severe stuff, and then College Station. Yeah, so this is all basically congealed into a squall line. So you're going to be getting some 60-mile-per-hour winds, some pockets of quarter-size hail at times, and you can't rule out an isolated spin-up tornado, but the main tornado threat I think has subsided a little bit. This is more of a damaging wind threat now, further south. Yeah, it's still building further south back into Fredericksburg, into Kerrville. Heavier rains about to move into the Round Rock area, Pflugerville, Georgetown, impacting Jural at the moment. These are all moving 55 miles an hour, so these have basically doubled in speed. Yeah, these are quickly moving east southeast here. I mean, I would imagine this severe thunderstorm warning would likely probably get extended northwest. So I would imagine areas into Plano, Garland, Rockwall, maybe as far north as Princeton, possibly. But you can definitely see these northeast trajectory continues to lean towards the eastern side as the colder air comes in out west. Yeah, so we're down to 61 in Bridgeport. Yeah, they're starting to feel the effects of that colder air. Bowie's 58. So there you go. That's the indication. Bowie's around 58 degrees. McKinney's down to 67. DFW's down to 67. That's about 5 degrees off the high. Man, look at that. Really starting to blow up there over Dallas. Like I said, this is really compacted here right over the heart of the Metroplex. Yeah, just heavy, very, very heavy rain. Yeah, very heavy rain is really setting up over the heart of the Metroplex here. Yeah, Grand Prairie, Irving. This is about to move into the heart of Dallas, downtown Dallas, Highland Park. Richardson, Carrollton, Garland. Yeah, Plano might get in the action here. You're likely right on the right on the outskirts of this. But again, this is moving northeast, so you can almost put a boundary to it. It's probably going to be traveling this line right here. And then south. South and east. Hey, Michelle. So you're in Round Rock. Yeah. Any concerns in San Antonio? Yes, you will have concerns in San Antonio. You're still a little bit of ways off, but I would imagine this is going to be back building. This is going to start filling in. You can see it's already some severe in Uvalde. This will be filling in, but you're going to be hit with this squall line here in the next, 1 to 2 hours. You are under that severe thunderstorm watch. So I would imagine this line is going to be starting to come together here. Yeah, so you got some broken squall line, but I would imagine this will be filling in here as this continues to dive east southeast. But yeah, so you have that leading edge here. 60 mile per hour winds, pocket change hail. Some of these could be 70, where you see some of these Boeing features. Yeah, especially towards Georgetown. Look at Round Rock. I mean, I think Round Rock's going to get more intense winds out of the system. Look at all that deep purple here. Yeah, very intense rain. That leading edge is packing some 70 mile per hour winds here. Yeah, right over the heart of the Georgetown area, heading towards Round Rock, Taylor, Pflugerville. Yeah, moving really quickly, 55 miles an hour. That's really picking up speed. That's earlier it was 25. We've seen the nature of these storms, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. We've seen them all. Now we're at 55 miles an hour. Yeah, so the atmosphere is definitely split, and Waco was in the middle here. They were really in between systems. Yeah, the Waco pretty much dodged a bullet. We saw that storm coming out of Gatesville. It was traveling due east, folks. I mean, it was heading right towards Waco eventually, and it started to make that east southeast turn, and then eventually southeast. That's when we had that tornado, confirmed tornado on the ground. And then that's when we saw that baseball size hail come to fruition. As soon as it came to that southeast turn, and that was definitely by far the biggest hail of the night. And that was like basically peak intensity. We saw the transition there, moving from the east, moving due east, diving just slightly south, then southeast, east, southeast, and then southeast. And as soon as it turned southeast, that's what it needed to really ramp up the intensification. And we had that confirmed tornado on the ground. And then we had that significant hail core that likely did a lot of damage. And then luckily the cold front came in and everything just kind of congealed together. And eventually it just kind of got caught up in itself more or less. And now we're just looking at it more of a solid squall line down in that region. But Waco missed out and everything shifted southeast. So now that's why areas further south into Austin is a little bit closer, now that you're getting the event now, because the southeast turn was pretty soon. Yeah, but things are really starting to fill in right over the heart of the Metroplex. Pretty intense storms. You can see these deepening purples here. And there's definitely some mixed pocket hail within this corridor. One in particular is right over. Looks like it's what is that? North of I-30, just north of I-30. Bickers, Canada. That's by the Trinity River. This is north Westmoreland Road, Irving, Stemmons Freeway. Oh, there's Mockingbird. Oh, that's a new scan. That's a new scan that just went right over the Swiss Avenue district. This is the historic district. A lot of beautiful homes in that area. Yeah, this is some larger hail that's impacting that region right now. Henderson Avenue, Old East Dallas, North Central Expressway. This is basically east of Highway 75 now. Yeah, this is right just north of Highway 380. I mean, I'm sorry. Interstate 30. You talk a while, you get all this starts getting jumbled together. Okay, so they did extend, or no, they haven't. They took off. They took off part of this severe thunderstorm warning. But yeah, very heavy rain. Yeah, this area is really picking up some pretty significant rain here in a short amount of time. But you can definitely see it's flattened out for sure. It's not lifting any further north. I mean, it's basically kind of put on the brakes. Or at least further north into Denton, Frisco, those areas. Still lifting northeast, but it's definitely not heading to Frisco. It's not heading to Denton. It's not heading to Flower Mound. Hey, pal, you're the best. Thank you for your continued dedication to keeping us updated. Hey, you're welcome. I mean, I know people are asking about Frisco and McKinney and Denton, further north. Salina, again, these are pretty far north. I mean, it doesn't appear it's going to make it your way, at least for the severe stuff. This is really put on the brakes. Still heading northeast. But again, here's your warm front, right? I mean, to make it all the way to the Red River, closer to the Red River, that's a long ways away from that warm front. And even further south, I mean, yeah, the highest intensities was right along that warm front. I'm still expecting rain along the front. It's not like you're not going to get any rain. I mean, you see development here. This is still developing. You got development out here by Wichita Falls. You got some development, Weatherford, Bridgeport, Gainesville. You're going to get rain. It's just not going to be severe. We're mainly concerned about the severe stuff right now. And you're not going to get severe in Frisco, Denton, McKinney. It's not happening. It's not moving your way. But yeah, very heavy rain over Dallas. Really started to fill in here. Tune guy, Sherman. Again, that's pretty far north. Yeah, Sherman's that's a long ways away. I mean, again, you could have some. I mean, we had some pretty significant rains all week for Oklahoma, but none of it was severe. I mean, the only severe stuff was like right along the border. So Oklahoma had a good soaking of rain. So yes, I feel like there's probably some probabilities you're going to get probably some rain, but not severe. It's not going to be severe. I don't want to confuse the two of what may you get, because you're still under the severe thunderstorm watch for that area. But a watch doesn't guarantee you're going to get severe storms. But yes, I feel like you're still going to get some rain out of this deal. We're going to be dealing with rain between now and 2-3 o'clock in the morning. So this is just the first half of the storm. This is the stronger, severe side of the storm. And then you're going to have another wave come through with a rainy wave on the backside. But I mean, who's getting pounded right now? Look at this. I mean, Dallas is getting pounded. Garland, Carrollton, Plano. Yeah, they're very heavy rain parked right over the heart of the Metroplex. Mesquite, Balch Springs, Garland, Rockwall, Plano, Arlington, Irving. Yeah, look at it starting to fill in even further south along I-20 here. This is just rain. It's not severe. This looks like a new cell that popped up just north of Waco. So new cell that popped up north of Waco that's also just turned severe. This is for McLennan County and Hill County in central Texas. Another storm that was located just 11 miles south of the Hillsboro area. This one's only moving at 20 miles, but it's got some quarter-size hail with it. Yeah, again, another newly developed storm. Now that northern system has moved far enough away, the southern system's moved away. It left this little loner here. It's like, hey, wait a minute. I'm in the warm sector. Now that's getting its act together. Yeah, you can almost see like this little inflow notch on this one. Yeah, look at that. If we zoom in, this is probably concerning here. Yeah, right near the Tyson area. This is near West, the city of West. Sure, you guys stopped for those kolaches in the city of West there many a times. Yeah, this looks like it's heading right towards the city of West here. Yeah, this is brand new. It just now went severe, and we're actually seeing a pretty nice couplet here right just west of the city of West that is definitely looks concerning. Very intense range. You see, there's not much on the south side. It's got great inflow. And as this continues to shift off into the east, that'll be something that we have to be concerned about, as this could possibly spin up a tornado. Yeah, no rain tomorrow. Not for anywhere. The rain should be done by 2 or 3 o'clock. I mean, this is going to be a nice weekend. Yeah, you're going to wake up. It's going to be cloudy, but there's no rain. Sun will come out second half of the day. On the chillier side, highs going to be in the 60s. And then amazing day on Sunday. All sunshine, probably near 80 degrees. But it's a nice weekend. Definitely a nice weekend. Today was the day. Like I said, we'll get leftover activity tonight into the overnight. It probably stops somewhere in the 2, 3 o'clock in the morning range. But most of you guys will be sleeping. But yeah, Dallas is really picking up some pretty significant rains here. I mean, it's really filled in here. It's a pretty good swath. Yeah, Plano's getting hit hard. Allen's just on the south of this. It's trying to go north, huh? Yeah, look at it. Look at it filling in back behind it too. Arlington, Fort Worth. This will likely not turn severe, but this will be heavier rains moving into the area. So this warning expires in another 3 minutes or so. You can see activities trying to form along the cold front here. Weatherford, Azle, maybe Denton. This is not going to be severe stuff. This is just cold front activity. Yeah, thanks everyone. Thanks for tuning in to live coverage here. Yeah, we've been live here since about 1:30. Definitely had to come on live earlier than I expected. It definitely formed. We had our first severe thunderstorm warning probably around about 1:20. We had our first tornado warning around 1:30. And then we had numerous tornado warnings really from the same supercell. But yeah, look at that storm, guys. That is definitely concerning here south of just north of Tyson. This is west of the West Texas. Yeah, it's got a lot of rotation within that area. Yeah, that activity is south of Hillsboro, and heading towards the city of West. Oh, wow. It's even maxed out at almost 2 inches, 2-inch hailstones here. Man, it's a small and mighty storm. This has up to 2-inch hailstones falling out of this storm here. Yeah, you can actually see it building a little bit with that latest scan here too. This will be crossing over Interstate 35 shortly. In the city of West, I would probably be in your safe zone. This is not tornado warned, but definitely concerning with this system approaching. Hey, Doug. Hey, buddy. Thanks so much. Thanks for tuning in to live coverage here. Yeah, right now we're focused on this system down here into West. It's definitely got some circulation just west of the city of West, and very, very intense rain and some larger hail with it as well. Looks like we're trying to get more rain to fill in on the south side. That might squeeze this off a little bit. So not looking as pronounced as it was just the last frame or two. But these are isolated. So these are the ones that are a little bit more concerning now, being severe. All right, so they went ahead and let that expire, that severe thunderstorm warning over Dallas, because they've just got, inundated with heavy rain over the last 45 minutes or so. Now this continues to shift off into the northeast. So it looks like Allen's on the outskirts of this system, Garland, Rockwall, raining hard in Plano. I mean, Fairview might get clipped out of this deal. Definitely heading towards Princeton and Farmersville. Hey, raining right now in Saxe. Yeah, so there's the city of Saxe, south of Murphy. Yeah, so you're under that moderate rain now. Like I said, sometimes it only takes one cell, and that looks like we had that one cell that came through Dallas. That was the one that originated towards south of Cleburne, headed northeast, and looks like that has died off now. So yes, you got a little bit of severe north of I-30, but and there was probably some hail with this stuff. There's your hail core right now currently. Yeah, coming out of Highland Park here. There's Motley Drive, Interstate 30, Highway 3, Highway 80. Hey, just slowed down in far north Dallas. I don't know if it's too soon to see any rain amounts yet, but you probably had some. It's probably too soon. But we can look at this. Yeah, inch of rain. 1.5 inches. Look at that. Irving, 1.25. Dallas, 1.5 inches. Highland Park, an inch. There's 1.7. Yeah, so definitely some pretty good rains in that region. Grand Prairie, 1¼ inches. Arlington, ½ inch. And just south of Plano here, 1/3 of an inch. Yeah, that was your rain pocket that originated in Cleburne. That was moving northeast. And it's still pouring. Yeah, some of these areas are going to get well over 2 inches. And there's actually more rain building back behind it. Yeah, these events are never 100% coverage. Coming into this event, it was probably 60% of the Metroplex was going to see rain, just rain, not severe, just rain. So that means 40% basically get nothing. Yeah, hardly ever you get 100% widespread coverage. That's very difficult to do when you're looking at all these areas on the circled map here. It's a pretty big area. You're talking about 100% coverage, across North and Central Texas, consists of 46 counties. There's always going to be people left out. Hey, Carl. Hey, Allenson, seeing some rain finally? Yeah, looks like it did clip you. You're probably on East Allen. Yeah, looks like it's right along Highway 75. Looks like Fairview's getting clipped here. Yeah, but the trend is northeast. There is some spotty shower forming back behind it, but again, this is not severe. I think for the most part, any severe stuff is pretty much done for the Metroplex, I would imagine. Can imagine with this rain cooled air that cooled off the atmosphere, now that we peaked and we're down to 64. Yeah, I can't imagine any more stuff turning severe. So really, as far as the severe stuff goes, really it goes towards these little isolated areas that's still in the warm sector. This is basically right along the I-35 corridor. So you're still going to be in that warm sector. You're not even near the cold front. So these are the areas more concerning about severe weather as this continues to move off to the east. And obviously these areas further south that again are well ahead of the cold front. Yeah, so pretty intense rains right now in the Round Rock region, and this is all heading towards Austin. Yeah, so look at that. Pockets of quarter to golf ball size hail along that leading edge. It's almost like it's taken on 3 separate storms. You got the southern mode, you got the central mode, and then you have the northern mode, and it's pretty much split. Yeah, the southern mode is pushing southeast. So that's moving well away from this northern side. That's taken on a whole life of its own. That's the system that's going to be continuing to dive, east, southeast, that will eventually start building, impacting San Antonio. This will actually impact parts of Houston later on. Hey, Donna. Are you getting little pocket change hail? Yeah, you probably get little pocket change hail here just east of Allen. Parker, Lucas. It looks like maybe what, Bethany. Allen Heights. Yeah, some of those areas. Yeah, not severe. This is likely just pocket pea-size hail, nickel-size hail, quarter-size, dime-size hail. Yeah, so the watch is going to continue until 8 o'clock. But I would imagine we're pretty much done as far as like the severe stuff in North Texas. Where I don't think we are done yet is in Central Texas. I think you're still susceptible to seeing more severe storms break out along I-35 here, and these will push east. Yeah, so if you live east of 75, you're still going to be in the warm sector. You're still going to be susceptible for severe storms. All this stuff pushes east. Sulphur Springs, eventually Tyler, Mahia. Yeah, brief small hail west of the Lucas Road. No rain yet in Princeton. Well, it's not gonna be far. It's not gonna be that long now. All shifting northeast. Looks like you're gonna get some pretty heavy rain. Even though it might not last very long, but you're still gonna get some heavy rain. Looks like eastern sides of McKinney might get clipped here. Yeah, but definitely heading towards Lowry Crossing, the Princeton area, New Hope maybe, but definitely Farmersville. Yeah, this will continue to shift northeast. And some heavier rains is really starting to build back in over Duncanville, Arlington, south of Grand Prairie again. That's all heading back to Dallas. Yeah, so Dallas could get some pretty heavy rain out of this deal. And there's your cold front here. That's activity along the cold front. Denton, Flower Mound, Weatherford. That's the cooler air coming in. Yeah, nothing severe in Blue Ridge. Yeah, likely not. I think the severe stuff is done for North Texas. No, I don't see any hail in McKinney. I mean, this again, the system is moving east of you. There's your hail core. This is probably just pocket change hail. But yeah, this will be lifting northeast. This will be heading over. Looks like it's picked up a little bit with that last scan. Right over Lake Lavon. This will be heading towards the city of Princeton. It looks like it's right over the Lucas area, Branch area. This is Trinity Park. Southeast of Lowry Crossing here. Yeah, so right here, that intense, very heavy rain just north of Lucas, heading towards Lowry Crossing. There's the new scan heading directly towards Princeton. You're probably getting it now. There's Highway 380. This continues northeast. Yeah, just east of McKinney, east of Fairview. Yeah, Allen got glanced there. Lucky 7. What's up, buddy? Thanks for tuning in to live coverage. Hey, lightning now in Celeste and North Greenville. Yeah, so you're probably seeing the lightning strikes off to a distance. Yeah, so Greenville, obviously, you're going to get the heavy rain. All that is moving your way. Kaufman, well, look at Kaufman. You're one of those ones. It looks like you're in that kind of the drier slot. You're kind of in between systems here. But yeah, definitely more heavy rain really starting to fill in now, just south of I-30. This is going to be moving right over Dallas again. They're going to be adding to those 1.5 inch totals. Is this moving south of Blue Ridge or towards it? Tom Bean. Come on. There it is. There's Blue Ridge. I mean, it's heading towards Blue Ridge, but this is lifting northeast, so you're probably going to get clipped. But then you have the cold front, building with new activity just to your north. So, but again, I think the severe stuff is going to be done. Is going to be done for the evening, in North Texas. Now we're just down to heavy rain and pockets of pea-size hail. Now, again, if you live, northeast of these areas, I can't rule out some of these turning borderline severe. But we saw that play out in Killeen and Temple here. We had the heavier rain, and then 2 to 3 inches fell, and there was another inch that fell too. So they had some maybe 3 and 4 inch totals down there. And you start to wonder if, that this system really starts to blow up over Dallas again. I mean, we could be looking at pockets of, isolated flash flooding here just in the Dallas region. Boring weather in Prosper. Yeah, Prosper is pretty far north. You're in the dry slot. Yeah, if you got a storm that, I don't know, it blew up right over, was it Brownwood? Lampasas? No, it blew up right here. Hamilton. Comanche. Yeah, that's pretty far. Yeah, you had the initial development southwest of the Metroplex by Comanche and Hamilton. and it's lifting a little bit north, but mainly lifting east. That's going to be hard pressed to make it all the way to Prosper. Hey, constant hard rain in Rowlett with lots of lightning and thunder. Yeah, so you're getting that activity that was over Dallas earlier. So now the eastern side of the Metroplex is getting the heavier rain. Garland, Rockwall, coming out of Terrell, heading towards West Tawakoni. Yeah, there's Princeton. Yeah, Princeton getting pounded now with the heavy rain. Farmersville. This will be in Lucky 7. You are awesome. Thanks so much for your donation. Greatly appreciate it. Hey, Stormy. Now it says San Antonio may form rain in 51 minutes. Yeah, so likely that's the southern side of the system. This will likely be building south. There. Okay, so here is the new activity. So you got so you have activity that's coming out of Kerrville here. This is all diving southeast. So you will likely be under severe thunderstorm warning in the city of San Antonio in the next 30 minutes or so, as some 60-mile-per-hour winds and probably some quarter-size hail, very heavy rains heading your way. Yeah, pouring heavily now in Princeton. Yeah, I saw that. That purple just went right over your backyard. Um, but yeah, that southern mode here in Dallas, that's continuing to build between Duncanville and Dallas here. That'll move right back over Dallas again. You can see it's pretty much cleared out over Irving, Carrollton. It's cleared out in the Plano area. Allen, McKinney, Frisco. Everything's to your east now. Yeah, I don't know if the high resolution models are that much help right now because we were watching it. Okay, so it did put a message. I mean, I was watching it a couple hours ago and it really didn't have much activity across the Metroplex. And you got some pretty good rains across Dallas. So, I mean, the high resolution, the models aren't really much help right now. So that's why we're just watching now time activity, watching it develop. But nonetheless, they did in fact put a mesoscale discussion. This is basically one step lower than a severe thunderstorm warning. So this is some stronger winds, 40 miles an hour at times, some nickel size hail. But that storm that was located over the Princeton area is continuing to move northeast. So they went ahead and this is right here, the one that's coming out of Princeton. They went ahead and put out a little mesoscale discussion, basically saying, hey, we got some 40-mile-per-hour winds that are going to be heading towards Leonard. That'll be impacting Bonham and pockets of nickel size hail. I'd imagine underneath this torrential rains, there's pockets of, P nickel dime size hail at times. So yes, the areas that will get impacted with this would be, coming out of Farmersville. I mean, coming out of Princeton, Blue Ridge. Yeah, it looks like just the southern side of Blue Ridge here. Leonard. Maybe the Trenton area. Looks like Wolf City might be in the path here. Oak Ridge. Eventually Bottom. As this will probably start impacting Honey Grove. Again, not severe, just one step lower than what a severe storm would be. Some 40-mile-per-hour winds with this and some nickel-size hail. Yeah, that storm over west went right over the city of West. And now that's continuing eastbound. It crossed over Interstate 35. And now it's east of 35, continuing towards possibly Mahia here. Snowy's back from dinner. Hey, greatly appreciate you coming back. I know you're going to get pretty chilly and rainy. Yeah, I think I commented on your gardening post. It's like, yep, sometimes the best gardening. Just throw some seeds out there and hope for the best and see what happens. Sometimes I've seen like that's been my best gardening plans when I don't really plan it. Go out there and till the garden up and then all of a sudden 2 weeks later, boom, this stuff comes out of nowhere. But every time I like space them out and plant them and dig 3 inches and plant the seed and all that, like I can't get anything to grow. But yeah, this storm coming out of west here is pretty compact, but yeah, definitely packing a punch here. Very heavy rain. Still that pocket of hail here that went right over west, continuing to move eastbound. Let's see, we've had officially, I guess that storm did miss the airport. We've had officially 0.06. I haven't had any rain in my house, so don't feel bad. I haven't had a drop of rain. So, but my yard's green. That's all I worry about. That's all I think I've had plenty of rain myself, really. I'm not worried about the rain. We're about to head into the wettest month of the year. May's coming. And then El Nino's coming. So I am definitely not worried about the rain. Yeah, but so we're starting to see a lot more activity building further south. This isn't severe, but this is just just additional activity back behind the main system. Yep, next week is the first day of May on Monday. Now, this year is flying by. Hey, just tuned in. What's your opinion on San Antonio? Yeah, so we got some storms going to be impacting San Antonio here shortly. This is all heading your way. But yeah, so this storm by Bandera, the city of Bandera, this has definitely got some hail associated with it, and this is all going to be diving east southeast. So do expect a severe thunderstorm warning for the city of San Antonio here shortly, and these storms will be impacting your area in the next 40 to 50 minutes or so. But this has formed a pretty solid squall line here. Pretty long, solid straight line wind event. I definitely would rather watch you than some any other weather guy. I appreciate it. Thanks for tuning in for coverage. Yeah, and this is probably going to be the last of the severe storms for a while, at least a week, and even rain, really. Yeah, after this activity is done tonight, then things do quiet down. Everything shifts east, and places in the east, the northeast, mid Atlantic, DC, they're going to get pounded with very heavy rain. Yeah, the west really starts to warm up big time. Well above average out for them. And that heat will start to build and push into our central states. So we'll probably more likely be in the 80s in Dallas next week as May starts, which is not that out of the ordinary. The average high starts turning to be 80 degrees when you start May. And obviously the average high doesn't go down, it just goes up. So the odds of you being hotter just increases. It's almost shaken out to be an average month, really, between all the highs and lows. I was looking at the data. We're only it's going to be, it's going to end up right there at average. We're like negative 0.1 or something. And then with the rainfall today, that's another 0.6. The average is 3.2. DFW's had 3.12. That's basically average rainfall, officially at DFW report. So it's been, with all the highs and lows, it's more or less going to be an average month, which you typically see. The average, we think we peaked at like 94 degrees the first couple days of April. And then there was one day, I think the high was like 59. But if you average all that in between the highs and lows, it's more or less average. And then, of course, the rainfall. If you average all 30 days, there's no rain after today. So if you average all those days, then it comes out to be, about average. And then in May, we average over 5 inches. It's the wettest month of the year. So, and right now the data, for the entire month looks to be above average for rainfall. We've had some wet Mays here. The wettest May was, nearly 20 inches back in 2015. I don't see anything like that, but it's going to be a wetter month. Obviously, it's not going to start off like that for at least the first couple of days. I think rain moves back in the picture. We could actually have a stalled front, and that's where you get those heavy rain setups, depending on where that stalled front sets up. But looks like there's a stalled front coming in. It's pretty ways off, Wednesday or Thursday. But somewhere that front's going to stall, and that's going to be some very heavy rain along that front. I am traveling from Nashville, Tennessee to Killeen, Texas this afternoon. Okay. Well, yeah, Nashville is pretty far to Killeen. So by the time you make it to Killeen, there won't be any severe storms. You're definitely going to run into some rain. Hey, Sean. Hey, is Colin and Grayson County done? Well, it's far as the severe stuff, but I think there's probably going to be some rain coming out of the deal. We got rain developing on the backside with this cold front. But yeah, if you're asking about specifically any severe weather, then yeah, there's no more severe weather. This is borderline, not even that. It's 40-mile-per-hour winds, nickel-size hail. So this is just a mesoscale discussion, you know, east of the Metroplex, heading towards the bottom and Paris. So we did, in fact, have put the hail core on here. Yeah, pretty good pocket of hail. That was where most of the most intense storms were supposed to be, south of I-30. And so it all originated, you know, basically near the Hamilton area. This was moving east, and then it started moving southeast. So it impacted Hamilton, Gatesville, Colleen, Kemper, Lampasas, Gerald. I mean, all these areas into Temple. And you can see where it dove. And we had very heavy rain. We had baseball-sized hail at times. So that's a pretty good hail swath down there in central Texas. But you can see the northern side of that storm kind of broke off, did turn borderline severe. We had severe thunderstorm warning. And then we also had another severe thunderstorm warning as these continued to lift northeast. And then as it did, it was still severe, but it definitely weakened. So that was your quote unquote one supercell that came up towards the Metroplex. But it just really wasn't that strong. So this was a system that went northeast. Again, when you have a hail core traveling northeast, it's not going to be as significant as something diving southeast. But we had some pretty good rains over Dallas for sure. And it's still raining. Yeah, let's look at some of these rain amounts. Pretty good swath of, 1 inch, 1.5 inch. There's Irving, 1.25. There's Garland, south of Garland, 1.5. So I'm saying these areas had, 1 to 1.5 inches of rain. There's close to Arlington, about an inch of rain. Go to Garland here, 1/2 inch here. And this is all updating further north. Yeah, that's what I was talking about in Dallas, because you have all this activity moving back in. So you have an area that already got hit with 1.5 inches of rainfall. Now you got more heavy rain moving back over that area. So there's definitely going to be some areas over 2 inches for sure. Any threats in Mahia? No, I mean, really the only severe stuff currently right now is this little isolated cell, south of Italy here, just east of the city of West. Hey, Carrie. Hey, yes, the skies have opened up in Rockwall. So Rockwall's getting some pretty good rain. Yeah, looking at some totals here just in the last hour. 0.42 in Arlington, almost a 1/2 inch in Arlington. Looks like Love Field, 1/10 of an inch. Oh, that's just in the last hour. Yeah, so the average high is now 79. So it'll be 80 by the time Monday rolls around. That's your average high. And like I said, I made a post about it. I think it was like October 14th or something like that. It's like 5 months. where the average high is above 80 before it drops south of that. So not to say it's not going to be below 80 any of those 5 months. It's just the averages. Yeah, month to date 319, and we average 322. So we're basically right at average. Well, the tornado threat has pretty much, I would think, be over. I mean, it's, you can't rule out an isolated spin up tornado along this leading edge. That's always a possibility out of these storms. But yeah, the most intense part that we were seeing earlier with that tornado warning for 3 hours in a row and those larger hailstones that was falling, 2 to 3 inches. We had, the tornado watch called for a 3-inch possibility. We definitely had some isolated areas that got some 3-inch hail down in that region. Hey, what do you think about San Antonio? Is it going to be bad? I mean, I don't think it's going to be too bad. Here's your cell that's heading towards San Antonio. So this is all going to be diving east, southeast. Definitely has some hail with it for sure. But this has you can see some golf ball size hail there, right? Some leading 60-mile-per-hour winds. But yeah, there's going to be pockets of areas if this holds together. Could see some golf ball size hail. It doesn't guarantee the entire area of San Antonio is going to get some golf ball size hail. This is all, typically pretty compact. This came out of Bandera. And then this is all diving east, southeast. And that would be directly heading towards San Antonio. And so the heavier rains over Austin right now came out of Pflugerville. It's past Round Rock now. It's about to be impacting Bryan College Station. We've got some 60-mile-per-hour winds along the leading edge there, about to impact Bryan College Station. There's the city of Mahia. And there's that one little loner cell that formed just west of West. The city of West here is still holding pretty strong. This has been a small but mighty storm here. And it's definitely got some isolated large hail, which could impact Mahia here. You see that hail core, that's been holding together fairly strong. Very, very tiny area. But there's definitely some larger hail with that. What else we got? Is it just rain for Prosper and Salina all night? Wondering if I could take my hail protector down. Yeah, you can take your hail protector down. I mean, even this little nickel size stuff is not going to impact your car. Yeah, so the severe stuff is definitely, winding down here. Yeah, so the severe stuff is pretty much over for North Texas. You're going to have a pocket of, where you have the separation, these two little cells. This is a small and mighty storm, right? And then, of course, you've got this activity further south, College Station, Austin, San Antonio. This all pushes south. This will all head towards eventually Victoria, the Houston area. Did you get your lemonade? Looking good, pal. Love the black t-shirt. Oh yeah, this is a new shirt. You know, it was my birthday the other day, so I got a couple new things. I forgot this is one of my new shirts I'm wearing. What the hell is a hell protector? It's like a big tent. No, these little, it's like a big airbag, basically. Now it's these little things you put over your car, essentially. And then you kind of blow it up with air. So it has that space between the car. So, if you get hit with hail, like these golf ball size hail, it basically bounces off like a trampoline. And so it's a help, for the people that can't park in the garage, that has to park out in the open elements. Then they put the hail protector on when hail comes, so their car doesn't get damaged. How's it looking for Trenton? Yeah, again, I mean, you have this system moving northeast. There's a possibility you could see some, 40-mile-per-hour winds with this. Pocket change hail at times. Can't be ruled out. Yeah, but hopefully this stuff along the cold front here will start filling in. That would be a nice thing. There's your cold front. The atmosphere is overturning. I mean, you got to remember, this atmosphere didn't get really worked over either. So Denton, Corinth, Flower Mound, Carrollton, Frisco. I mean, all this areas really didn't get much. So that means the atmosphere, even though it's moving off, it still could overturn, not severe, but it still could overturn the atmosphere and develop these storms. This is kind of what we're seeing, really. I mean, these areas didn't get much west of Fort Worth. So we're watching some activity starting to form along this front. I don't know. Sometimes when, you get that hatched risk for such a big area, I think they had such a big area because these storms were moving, fairly quickly on the quicker side. But yeah, but both storms were all reliant on that warm front. If you're not in the warmer air, then you're not going to be in the heart of the severe storms. I mean, it's bedding the warm front, lifts further north, stalling around the Red River, and then the cold front comes in. If the warm front stays south, then you're not in the the super air mass. So, I mean, it's a bedding game. And then again, the cold front was kind of fast. It was only allowed to lift so far north. I mean, the warm front was only able to lift so far north, but before the colder air hit. So you had weakening trend. It was definitely severe. I mean, everything was definitely severe further south, but you're in the warm sector. You're in the higher dew points. You're by the Gulf of Mexico. That's a long ways from Houston to Dallas. That's basically 300 miles. And then, Houston to Collin County, that's about 300 miles. Or Dallas, or sorry, Galveston. It's a pretty good long ways. It's not like storms were coming from Oklahoma or anything. They weren't coming from the Northwest. They originated southwest of the Metroplex. All right, guys, I think I'm going to end the live coverage. I think the tornado threat's pretty much over. The huge, big hail threat's pretty much over. We're just seeing more or less pocket change hail, some quarter-size hail at times with this activity. Again, I'm not expecting any more severe stuff. They're probably going to be canceling the severe thunderstorm watch a little bit early, I would imagine, or they just let it ride. Got another 2 hours left. But yeah, you got to watch this cell down here by Hubbard. Man, look at that. Man, it's really blown up here. Look at all that blue. Yeah, this cell down here has grown in intensity. This hail is really getting big here. Again, you're still going to be in the warm sector if you live east. So this is again, this is an isolated cell. There's not much around it, right? And this is originated, west of the city of West. And now it's really starting to blow up. And that's the same storm that's heading towards Mahia. Yeah, look at that. This could be the biggest hail of the night day. Yeah, look at that. Up to 4 inches possibly. This is massive hail that just now developed. We could be looking at 4-inch hailstone. This is easily baseball size hail coming out of this storm here. This is coming right over north of Mount Calm. This is 936 over the city of Kalina here, Coolidge. Very large hail, very intense hail coming out of this storm. Yeah, it has the potential to reach 4 inches in diameter. 4 inches in diameter. This is the darkest blue of the night. I mean, this is a huge swath of blue here. Look at all that deep purple. You see, there's nothing to the south side of this. I think he's actually heading towards the hail core.
Yeah, I don't know. With a hail spike like that on radar, it's got to be at least 10
Yeah. This really spiked, guys. This is probably the most significant hail of the day. Yeah, he's south. He's right here. He's south. He's heading right towards it, trying to catch up to it. But yeah, literally just spiked. I mean, you can see the deep purples here, and then boom, look at the blues form. So if you live in the Coolidge area, so Coolidge at 612. So 612, this looks to be right in the line of fire in the city of Coolidge. We've got damaging, very destructive baseball, even almost possibly softball size hail happening right now in the city of Mount Calm. This is all heading towards Coolidge by around 612. 612 it'll be in the city of Coolidge. And eventually, I think this is all heading towards Mahia. Yeah, if this thing holds together. Let's see if he can catch up to it. It's holding together fairly nicely. Very intense, destructive hail right now. Anything in the path of this is definitely getting their windshields busted out. Yeah, this is the cell that just formed all alone. Remember, Waco didn't get much. There's nothing to the south side of this. It's a very small, isolated supercell. Yeah, so what we're watching is we're watching a storm chaser to the south of this very large, intense hail core here that really ballooned over and heading towards the city of Coolidge in around 6:10.
Beautiful view of this storm right now, though, guys. Beautiful view.
You can see the intense supercell, the rain shaft, the hail core. Ponder, thanks for your hard work. How's it looking, McKinney? Yeah, McKinney, you're good. There's no severe McKinney. Just hopefully you get some little rain coming out of this cold front that's moving into Fort Worth and moving into Flower Mound here.
Thank you so much for your PayPal donation.
Yeah, maybe this tries to start filling in here. Is this a new tornado warning? All right, so we got a brand new tornado warning. This is just north of the city of Bryan. This is a brand new tornado warning happening right now. Let me take this off. All right, so this is for Grimes County and Brazos County, Brazos County, Grimes County and Brazos County, producing tornado potential over Wixon Valley. This is basically 7 miles northeast of the Bryan area. So this is northeast of the Bryan area. This is a developing potential tornado on the leading edge of this squall line. You see the bowing out feature. That was always indication of some more intense, higher winds as this started to lead out, I guess, try to, get out ahead of the main squall line here. So you can see this is out ahead of the main squall line. And so right there, you have these little inflow notches right there where it just like these little, where it cuts in. And that's right here on the leading edge. You can have some quick spin up tornadoes. Yeah, but those winds have really picked up. This is just north of College Station, heading towards Bryan. Brand new tornado warning happening. Just as I was signing off, yes. Hey, that always happens. You get this lull in the action, then I'm thinking, okay, well, everything's pushing east, Ponder. Everything's still going to be severe east. Yeah, so this is east. Yeah, this is east of the I-35 corridor. This is essentially in southeast Texas, and Mahaya's southeast of the Metroplex. We're not seeing the notches that we were seeing a little bit earlier. I think it was really quick there. That's what warranted the tornado warning. But nonetheless, these are pretty intense winds coming out of this system. Yeah, so still some pretty intense hail coming out of that storm. I don't know if I have any pictures on Twitter of that. Anybody's down there? But that's the biggest hail I've seen of the night. Potential 4-inch. It maxed out earlier about 3.25, but this one's maxing out at 4 inches. Not to say that's going to hit the surface, but with all that blue there, I mean, that was a pretty big spike on that hail core. I would not be surprised that some of that actually reached the surface. And it's holding its own as it heads towards Mahia. All right, so that activity's kind of ended in Dallas. Some stronger activities trying to form along the front here. That's coming into Fort Worth. Let's see, it's down to 56 in Bowie, 56 in Graham, 63 in Denton. Yeah, that's at least 10 degrees off the high. And 64 in Fort Worth. So that's your cold front coming in. I mean, you know you're done now when the cold front arrives. Are we home free and prosper for the night? Yes, you're not going to get any more severe weather. That cold front's pretty much on your doorstep. He's chasing that hail core. He's almost caught up to it. Let's see.
It's only doing 20 right now.
Right, we're 20 minutes from town now. I can't chance that camera.
I mean, it's holding its own here. Here, I'm gonna go get a snack. I'll be back in a second. We're losing this feed here. So we're watching this significant hail that's dropping towards the city of Mahia. This has the potential to produce some 4-inch hail. This is likely the most significant hail of the evening here, as this continues to dive east southeast. Make these things childproof. Yeah, he's right on it, so he's getting him. See if we can come back to that. So we're looking at his live cam from this hail core that he's just to the south of. Yeah, located near Hubbard, heading towards Mahia. Very damaging storm. This is moving east-southeast. This is south of the Metroplex. I'm drinking a protein shake. We're going to stay on this storm a little bit.
Yeah, we got time. Hailstorm's still well.
Yeah, it's got this little like appendage to get through or whatever this little thing is.
Yeah, this is definitely holding strong here.
It came down a little too.
It's about to be over the city of Coolidge. The city of Coolidge is about to get hit hard with this hail core here. You can see it right there. All those purples and the blue here. Yeah, so if you live in Mahia, guys, you need to take cover immediately. This destructive hailstorm is heading your way. Yeah, this is all by its lonesome. This is the only severe weather right now around this region. That's why it's so strong, right? There's nothing to stop it. Hey, Hunter. Yeah, I'm on Mahia right now, so you need to take shelter immediately. This massive destructive hail core is heading right over your area. It's not that far off. It's about to be near County Road 84. It'll eventually 84 and 14, 84 and 14. So I would say it's going to be in Mahia around in the next 5 to 7 minutes. It's not showing any signs of letting up. Hey, sky's black here in Tyler at about 4 p.m. Seemed like it was going to get hit 2 hours earlier, but seems like just passing over with little to no rain. Hey, Kate. Yes, you're all good and prosper tonight. I'm still expecting some rain, but nothing's going to be severe. Yeah, so this is right over Coolidge right now. I'll go back and forth on this because this little feed is. All right, he's starting to run into some of that hail now. You can see it's blinding rain. He's literally just south of the huge hail core. He's right on the outflow of it. You can hear the hail. Hey, Ian. Yeah, pouring in St. Marcus right now. Yeah, you're done with any severe stuff in Allen and McKinney. Yeah, if we zoom in, this is where he's at. He's basically right here along Highway 84. And the biggest hell is just to its north. Well, it looks like it's come down a little bit on the last frame. We're not seeing the deepening blues anymore. Hey, we're starting to get starting to get heavy and also dark here. Let's go back to this tornado warning.
Once again, guys, thank you for switching and like and subscribe.
All right. Yeah, it definitely seems like this Hailstorm is pulsed down. It's still pretty intense rain, but the hail core is not as significant as we were seeing earlier. Pouring in Mesquite here. Yeah, you have that one cell right over you. Yeah, just south of Highway 80 here along 635. Yeah, that storm down there by Mahia caught my attention. It's been holding together fairly strong. Remember, it started just west of the city of West. So this has been holding together that for that length of time. It looks like some heavier rains are trying to build along that front and White Settlement and the Fort Worth area.
Gas station 4 miles up. Do you want to go for that one?
How far?
4.
Copy. I'll take this one. Let me know how it is up there.
So it looks like he's going to stop and get gas. This mesoscale discussion will be allowed to expire. And that I think that tornado warning down further south, that expires as well. You only have like another minute. Yeah, it looks like the storm in Bahia is either splitting or cycling. Yeah, I definitely it came down. It was pretty intense for a while. Oh, look at that. It's starting to pick back up again. You can see the blues kind of subsided. And then it's trying to pulse back up again. Yeah, but this storm, you can see it's had a history of producing. Yeah, look at that, 3¼ inch, and it was bigger over this way. So yeah, right here, there's confirmation that's hitting the surface, guys. 3.35. That is some massive hail. That's baseball size hail, no question. Yeah, so that's a pretty significant hail core. It originated out this way, west of the city of West, dove right through West, and then started making that east southeast turn there a little bit. And then that's when the hail core picked up. And now it's essentially heading towards Mahia. It's hailing here. It just hadn't seen it yet. It takes, 10, 15 minutes to update. But yeah, it definitely appears it's trying to, build back up again. Yeah, he's heading to get gas. All right. All right, guys. Well, yeah, so that tornado warning did expire. It did, in fact, expire there down there towards the Bryan area. Those will continue to shift southeast. Like I said, you're pretty much done in the Metroplex. Hopefully, these rains will start filling in with the front. And again, you got that one storm by Mahia that's had a history of producing large hail. All right, guys. Yeah, I think I'm going to officially end the stream now. It's been like 5 hours. We made it past the bulk of the severe stuff. The tornado warnings have subsided. So, hey, I appreciate you tuning in to live coverage. Appreciate all the support. Thanks for all the donations, the stars out there, the new subscribers to the channel. Welcome, new followers on Facebook. Welcome. So I'll keep you updated. Things look to calm down for the rest of the evening. Hopefully, with some beneficial rains along that front and just back building. No more severe, but hopefully we get some rain start filling in over the Metroplex, which I am expecting more to come later on this evening through midnight, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning before I think things completely wind down for the rest of the evening. All right. So I appreciate you guys watching. Thanks, Snowies, Stormy. Thanks for your help out there. All right. Y'all be safe. All right. Take care. Have a good night. Bye.